Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the long wait. So yeah, not really sure what to say. We're just gonna continue on with Death and Request, and let me see what you guys wrote down real quick before we get to the game. Let's see, Lurk. Hey, thank you for the alert, Gwen. How are ya? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, let me go to the game. And we're gonna continue on. Doing good. Hope you have a good day too, music. Yeah, my day's been fine. Um, not really much to say about it outside of like I just woke up and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go stream. So I just had to like get ready and everything. So yeah, my day's been a-okay. But yeah, let's see. The last time we stopped playing was I was in the middle of a cutscene, so I saved during that cutscene because I went like, oh, I want to go show off a game that I got recently. I was very excited about it. I can actually, sorry, got my throat. Hold on, I need to cough it off. All right, I think I coughed it off. All right. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see you stream there. Yeah, I just wanted to like do an early stream because I was like, yeah, I woke up. Might as well just start the stream earlier than usual and everything. But yeah, Gwen, I wanted to show you this game. I know it's like me taking like a pause and such, but I want to show it because I don't think you were there when I showed it off. So hold on, don't worry, we will return to Death and Request. I just had to switch some stuff real quick. Oh, I'll I'll watch your Death and Request game until like the end of chapter 2 because that's where I stopped playing it last time. Huh. All right, no problems. Let's see. Where did I put that controller? Um, found it. But yeah, I wanted to show you this one. I just bought this recently, like roughly last week. I bought it for my Switch. I bought a physical copy as well, which comes with both the first game and second game. And if you're wondering, like, oh, what is this game about? It's a dungeon crawler. More specifically, the people who designed this game worked on the old Wizardry games. More specifically, I think it was like Wizardry X something. It was like X Revelant or something. It was one of the old Wizardry games back in like the early 2000s range. Japanese exclusive and whatnot. Because Wizardry is mostly a Japanese series now. Even though it started in the West, but Japan really loves Wizardry. To the point that the Japanese people are like, hey, we want to make games for Wizardry. Will you give us the rights? And the people who made Wizardry was like, yeah, we like how you're big fans of the game. So here you go. Here's the rights. Just make whatever Wizardry game you want. And because of that, every Wizardry game after the first game was purely Japanese exclusive. That's the funny thing about it. But yeah, the devs for one of the Wizardry game, they would end up making their own company. And one of those company was Zero Dev. And they went like, hey, let's make a Wizardry game, but it's like in a magical school setting. So they made Classic Heroes. Damn girl, you single? Hey Guru, how are ya? I'm not a girl, so I had to answer that part. Am I single? Technically, yeah, I am. I'm not even meeting anyone at the moment. Like, how are ya? I'm doing good. You're into guys? I'm into both guys and females. I'm bi. I had no idea. Yeah. I don't really talk about my sexuality because I literally see no point in talking about it. You were bi. Yeah. Well, I am bi. Not were bi. I am currently am. New Mizu lore dropped. I mean, I just never really talk about it. Because I see no point in it. Like, why would I go like, oh yes, my sexuality is blah 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 and such. Like, why would I ever talk about stuff like that? I'd rather just talk about video games, to be honest. Or anime or manga. And whatnot. But like, yeah. So yeah, Gwen, this game technically came out. You mentioned the same thing about your race. Yeah, because why would I talk about the fact I'm Vietnamese? Like, what does that do to the conversation in mind? It's just like, oh, okay, that's neat. You're such an ethnicity. Like, what else is there for me to talk about at that point? It's like, yeah, I'm like born in this ethnicity. That's it. Like, who gives a shit in the end? Like, to me, every human is a human. I don't care where you're from or what sexuality you are. To me, you're just a human being. And that's all I need. Unless you're, like, from outer space, then, like, that makes you an alien. Let's check out this game. By the way, I'm Vietnamese if that's important for the discussion. Yeah, I will never do that. I will never do that. I will just talk about the game only. But yeah, Gwen, this game came out on the PSP around, I think it was 2009 range. Like roughly around that range on the PSP. It was published by Atlas. And I remember back then, people were like, oh my god, this game is being published by Atlas. It has to be like Etrian Odyssey. So it's gonna be like the Etrian Odyssey of PSP. And when the game finally came out, people like heavily panned it for not being Etrian Odyssey. Like, so many reviews at the time were like, oh my god, this game doesn't play like Etrian Odyssey. It plays like Wizardry. I feel like I'm being fooled. And what the funny thing about it is that the game literally advertised itself as being more in terms of wizardry, in terms of mechanics, rather than Etrian Odyssey. So, yeah, I felt like the game wasn't given like a fair review at the time. And because of that, only like the first game, the second game, and the spin-off game, those were the only ones that had English releases. The rest were in Japanese. And whatnot. But I'm glad that they remaster both the first and the second game for modern consoles, Gwen. So you guys can technically buy this on either Steam, Switch, or PS5 if you have any of those systems. It's available. You know, fun dungeon crawler game. I enjoy it a lot and everything. But yeah, I will like show some of the new things they added in this edition. One and being the graphic gallery. So this graphic gallery contains promotional art and also wallpaper from the entire series, from the first game to the fifth game. So it's like 10 years of promotional art and wallpaper, and I like it a lot. The fact that they actually had it available in this game is like, that's neat. Like, you're actually seeing the history of this series and such. And I don't mind like skimming Druid again because I did that last stream, but I don't mind doing it again with you guys right now. And whatnot. But yeah, we have a summer one with a fairy and an elf and a gnome. Yes, a gnome. GNOME. Yeah, a gnome. And then we have two halflings and an elf. We have a human, a cat person, and a gnome. We have a demon person, halfling, human, and a fairy. And then let's see, dwarf, elf, fairy, and human. We have an elf and a cat person in their swimsuits. And I think this one was used for the box art for the first game back when it came out on PSP. This one's just a human and a fairy in a swimsuit. Tennis elf. And this is a 4 coma. It's basically, it's a specific type of manga panel where there's only 4 panels. That's why it's called 4 coma and whatnot. I'll just zoom in, but I won't read it because I don't feel like reading at the moment. I really don't feel like reading at the moment. Actually, no, this is funny. I read it for you guys. All right. So I sorry. Panel 1, class of heroes. So there I was bored in class like usual, when some girl from class handed a game over to me. Hey, let me know what you think of this, huh? Later that day, a new game, huh? The title's straight to the point, I guess. Looks like it's some school story, so the story's probably like, on that day, I stood beneath the legendary elder tree. I wanted to speak with the mage girl from my party. Just looking at ya makes me want to vomit. Gah! Then she knifed me to death. The end. Oh, poor guy. He failed the charisma check. He doesn't have a lot of charisma. But yeah, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick and before I continue with the gallery. Hey Lex, how are you? And this is like the rest of the panels, but I don't really feel like reading. I really don't feel like reading. So we're just gonna skim Druid real quick. And then more panels. This one's talking about the gameplay and how certain mechanics works. And then this is him talking about his ideal harem party. Wait, what's his ideal harem party? I want to see this. Alright, so we have a deep, okay, halfling deep. We have a fighter dwarf. We have a fighter human, which is the guy. We have a priest human. We have a summoner fairy, and then a summoner cat person. Okay, I kind of feel like trashing this guy's team setup. Okay, the priest one, props to him. That's actually a good idea. 2 summoners, I don't know, man. I don't think it's a good class to start with. Maybe put like a bishop, or maybe like a wizard. Probably like replace one of your summoners with either of those two, because I feel like summoner is one of those classes where they're not that great at the early game, but they're better to mid to end game. So starting with a summoner is kind of a bad idea. And when I saw, yeah, this one is just more dungeon traveling. What's that? And here, okay, this part here. So these next few pictures, all the sorry, are the wallpapers that you can get in the official website of the game back when it was up, like the Japanese website for the game and such. It's no longer available. I tried getting it, and I even looked through the Wayback Machine, but I couldn't get it because it didn't work. I was really sad that it didn't work. Dude was in it for the style and personal preferences over optimal team setup. Kind of based, not gonna lie. Yeah, that is true. Like, sometimes you just want to go, like, random, like, team setup. Like, sometimes you just want to do that, and it's great. It's wonderful. But yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're wondering what the Japanese title is, like, for the game series and such, I'll read it to you guys, even though it's, like, kanji. And kanji is not, like, my best, it's not, like, my best part. Like, I struggle with kanji. You can check the Internet Archives for this website, by the way. I did try one. It didn't load well. Like, every time I try to go to, like, the archive part where they show the wallpapers, it just didn't load it at all. I couldn't, like, save it and such and use it for, like, a stream layout. It just wouldn't let me. I did the same recently with websites they made for Steins Gate where the protagonist was talking about his personal website. Yo, that's cool. Unlucky. Yeah, it is. I kind of wish it was I wish it was kind of better archived. And whenever I know, like, archiving websites, especially back then, was, like, a little tricky because of, like, certain programs or coding that they did back then that's no longer used nowadays. Especially how it's being archived. So because of that, sometimes it just works like it just becomes wonky and everything. So because of that, I was like, yeah, it's just a product of its time essentially. I mean, at least it, like, you can technically explore most of it, but some parts of it, yeah, you can't. And whatnot. But yeah, I will just read the kanji for you guys, even though I feel like I might accidentally butcher the pronunciation. So please bear with me. So how you will read this is essentially Kento, Mahoto, Gaku, and Mono. And if you're wondering, like, what's a rough translation of that, is right there. It's written right there next to the copyright. Sword and Magic in School. That's literally the Japanese title of the series. It's literally Sword and Magic in School. Like, it's straight to the point, I guess. It's literally straight to the point. You're playing a game where you're just attending an academy that's gonna teach you how to use a sword, magic, and do some school life stuff. And everything. But, like, yeah. So here are the races. Yes, the races. Because when you create a character, they ask you, like, hey, what gender are you? Which alignment you want to be? Which race you want to be and such. So I'll tell you the races at this point. So we have the Bahamoons. They are dragon people. We have the Celestias. They're angel people. We have the Diabolos. They're demon people. We have the dwarves. They're furries. I guess that's, like, the best way you could describe them. They're furries. They're really popular though. Like, they're like, most of the fan art of this series is on the dwarves. They're really popular. We have the elves. Classic elves. We have fairies. Normal fairies. We have the felpers. They're cat people. We have the gnomes. Okay, so the gnomes are interesting because when you look at them, you're like, wait, they're like human size, but gnomes are usually portrayed as being small. So why are they human sized in this series? Well, this is because the body you see right now, that's actually a mecha suit. Because in this world, gnomes are small, yeah, but they use a mecha bodysuit to move around and such. That's why whenever you talk to a gnome character NPC, they act really robotic. It's because, they're piloting essentially a giant mech. And whatnot. That's like the interesting like lore detail about this series. But anyway, then we have classic humans. Humans are humans. There's not really much to talk about. And then we have halflings. They're just hobbits. That's what halfling is. They're just hobbits. And then this is like one of the wallpapers for the first game. More wallpaper. Even more wallpapers. This one I actually like. I want to like screenshot this and like use it as a layout. This is also more wallpaper. Is this the swimsuit one? In case with this one. This one is used for this is the second game. And if I remember correctly, this picture here is used for the manual. If you bought the physical copy and everything. And then this one is like fan servicey shot. I think the angel girl on the left, she's an NPC in the second game. And then we have Clive, which is the the guy that was kind of trashing his team setup with. That's him right there under the sand. And I think that's the teacher from the first game. This picture here, these are essentially the races, but they actually are given like unique outfits when they enter a class, because in the first game, you're just stuck with the default look of the characters until you go to specific areas in the game where you get a different uniform. Remember, the keyword here is uniform, not like, class outfit, just a different school uniform and whatnot. But it's kind of limited though. So when it came to the second game, they were like, hey, let's make actual unique outfits for the different classes for each race. Like, for example, the angel girl, she's in the idol class. The dragon person, he's in the monk class. The human and the cat person, they're in the samurai class. The dwarf, she's in the warrior class. And then the elf is in the archer class. And then this one just shows us the human NPCs in the second game. They're just in their swimsuits. Very cute. There's even their names written on top where their heads are. And then we have more swimsuits. Even more swimsuits. Even more swimsuits. This one, if I remember correctly, the halfling in the back, the one with the cute hat and puppet, they're in the puppeteer class. The fairy is a mage. The dwarf, I think he's a I don't think it's monk. Monk has a different sprite for the male dwarves. I think he's in the warrior class. And such. And then the humans are the humans are just in their warrior class outfits too. The archer the elf surprisingly is he's in his commoner class. Yeah, there's a class called commoner, which they're pretty much like the beginner tier class. They're designed to be like, beginner stats, beginner skills, they're good for the beginning. And once you get like a certain amount of levels, you can like promote them to like a different class and such. That's literally what commoner is. And these are all just the commoner outfits for the gnomes, human, both male and female, and for the fairy. This one, yeah, this is warrior. This is warrior humans. Yeah, same case here, all warriors. Commoner, and I think that one, I don't think that's like a male samurai cat person. That one is yeah, that one's commoner as well. Yeah, we have archer, human, female, and then this warrior, male, human, and such. God, I'm kind of like I'm kind of like losing my train of thought because I'm like just looking at the image, making sure I'm like getting it correct. I'm like, wait, is it this class or was it that class? Because I'm like making sure that what I'm saying is like absolutely correct. I don't want to be incorrect when it comes to talking about this because I really want this because I really enjoy these games and I really want the third, fourth, and fifth game to get localized in English. And I'm really hoping that this collection for the first and second game remasters be successful, that we will get 3, 4, and 5 to get translated and such. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, the demon person is a recruit. Yeah, and then this is more like 4 comas, but for the second game. I guess I can read this one. This one's like cute. Items are partners. Any adventurer braving the deadly depths must treat their gear as if it was their own life. These diligent students are very serious about anything that could be key to their survival. Gal. That one's so cute. Yours is cool. Maybe I should give him more horns or something. Tentacles. Very serious. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at these puppets. Very adorable puppets. And this one is showing us the racism between the dwarves and the elves, which is an actual mechanic in the games. Because in the games, certain races don't get along with certain races. Like, for example, right here, elves and dwarves don't get along. So if you have a dwarf and an elf being the same party, they will actually have not good compatibility. Even though there is a way for you to like make them less racist towards each other, it's just funny that the game points out that yeah, like certain races will be absolutely biased towards another. And I think like the race that gets a universal hate was the demon people. The only race that get along with them was like the gnomes, and that's it. So yeah, that's like something that's something funny I want to point out. But anyway, let's see, these are more for comas. Yeah, there's not really much for me to talk about here. Yeah, this one's also more for comas, but this one was I think the artists of this one, they worked on the fake go for comas. You know, the funny ones where they made the female fate go avatar be like a gotcha addict. Yeah, that one. If you guys play Fate Go or even heard of it, same artist here. Oh, this one's funny. Okay, so this is a 4 coma. Eats the comic. Hey, Joe, how are ya? Yeah, this style looks basically the same. Yep. Oh yeah, this one. All right, so this one's like a series of funny ones where there's no dialogue. There's only like, you know, the actions you see on it. So let's see. Human notices the female dwarf is injured. He treats her wounds. He offers her the comb. She gets angry, telling him that she's not a dog. Despite the fact that the dwarves are pretty much furries. I'm fine, just chilling today. How about you? I'm doing good, Joe. I was gonna play Death and Request, but I wanted to show off a little bit of Class of Heroes because I really like these games a lot, and I want them to like succeed so we can get the third, fourth, and fifth game translated in English. Always wanted to show off. I mean, I like a lot of games and I want to show them off to you guys. Because I just generally enjoy them and I'm like, hey, I want to show this off. And such. But like, yeah, the female dwarf is kind of angry at the dude. Alright, this one is essentially elf plus glasses equals elf glasses. Guy realizes, wait, that's a good combination. He's gonna put glasses on the elf. And I think that's not the female design, that's the male design, so yep. And then we have this one. Alright, let me see if I can zoom this in correctly. Alright. Fairy. Human. Fairy's flying, human's looking at her. Fairy notices. Human, turns out, is looking underneath her skirt. Fairy's angry at human. Fairy thinks, oh, I should wear spats? Yeah, spats. Fairy wears it. Human's like, this is actually better. I mean, gotta give the guy props. He's like, wait, that's even better than before. And whatnot. And this is the logo for the PS3 version of the second game. It's called 2G. And then this, I can't read the kanji, so I'm gonna not bother to read it. Sorry, guys. So yeah, this one is for this is the artwork for the manual for 2G. Pretty cool. And then this one right here, this one is essentially you writing notes. Like there's a literal page in the manual where you can just write like random notes on it. That's what this page is dedicated for. And then we have art for, I think this is for the third game because the human girl right there, she's an NPC in the third game. So yeah, the art from this point onwards will be from the third game until I notice like, okay, they swap games essentially. So the third game is Japanese exclusive, so it's kind of sad that when people look at this art, they're like, oh, is this character from the first or second game? I'm like, no, it's from the third game. Never got an English release. And whatnot. But yeah, these are NPCs. These are NPCs. I think the girl on the left, that's the default design for the human females. The girl on the right, I think she's an NPC. These are all NPCs. Like, these two girls are all NPCs. You can't have a character design like them. They're the NPCs you meet in the third game. This one, I think these are characters you can make. Yeah, yeah, these ones you can also make too. This one, yeah, you can make them. NPCs. NPCs. And I think this is for the fifth game. Yeah, because the angel girl on the left, she's from the fifth game. And then these are like the character, well, this is like the designs you can pick in the fifth game. So it's not NPCs, these are characters you can make. This one, I think the one on the right is an NPC. The one on the left you can make. These ones are all people you can make. Same case. Well, the guy in the middle, he's a character. He's an NPC. More specifically, he's the main character that you follow with you. He's like in your party and such. The girl on the right, I don't remember if she's an NPC or not. These are all NPCs. NPCs. And this is like the promotional poster for the fifth game. I can't read it properly, but I do know that the kanji that's next to sword and magic and school, that one's Shin. So this is called Shin. Fuck, hold on. I'm losing my train of thought. Wait, hold on. So yeah, okay. So you can technically read like the new title as Shin Kento Mahoto Gakuen Mono. And I don't know the rest of the kanji that's like below that. I can't read it. I'm sorry, guys. My Japanese isn't that great. I can't read the kanji and whatnot. But yeah, here's more promotional like posters for the fifth game. It's on the PSP. I want to point that out. It's on the PSP. But yeah, this one is artwork for the drama CD that comes with the game if you buy the I think if you buy physically with like a certain edition, it comes with a drama CD. And then this one's more promotional art. And then I think this is the box art for the game. And then this is more like promotional stuff telling you like some things about it. And then this is the cut. Like, yeah, this is also a cover for the drama CD. This one's for the fourth game. I know this because I actually downloaded the wallpaper for this. Yeah, this is the fourth game. This came out on the 3DS at first, and then it got a version on the PSP, which had like additional content and such. And yeah, these are characters from the fourth game. This one is the designs for the race, like the created characters you can make in the fourth game. Let's see, we have a female dragon person, we have a female halfling, female human, female fairy that's holding a sheep. Look at that sheep, guys. Very adorable sheep. We have a human. Sorry, we have a female dwarf. I don't know why I said human. We have a female dwarf, and we have a male gnome who's sniffing the dwarf's hair. Is either she's sniffing it or she's smacking with her hair. I'm leaning towards both. It's both a smack and also a sniff. Let's see. Yeah, I think the girl on the right, that's the demon girl design. The one on the left is someone from the third game, which does make a cameo appearance in the fourth game. This one, yeah, these are characters you can design in the fourth game. This was an NPC. I know this. I know this is an NPC. I saw her in the game when I played it. And yeah, this is the wallpaper for the fourth game with the gunner class. They're exclusive to humans. And then we have the wallpapers you can download for the fourth game. We have Elf, showing you some of the elf designs. We have Halfling, showing the Halfling designs. We have Celestia, showing the angel people designs. We have Celestia again, but it's showing the dark variation of them. We have the demon people designs. The dwarves. The gnomes. The Bahamoons. Then human. And then fairy. And Belpers, the cat people. This one is a fallen angel class, Celestia. And then this is just the everyone's like going on the hot springs. I mean, hot springs are great. I love hot springs, dude. This one is just designs of the gnome, the cat people, and the elf. I don't remember which game these four are from. I mean, these three are from. It's either from the fourth game, but at the same time, I think it's the second game because the cat person is using the second game design. So I don't know. And then these panels here are just like tutorials when you entered like certain facilities for the first time. And whatnot. And then we're back to like, you know, one. But there is a neat bonus, guys. This neat bonus is right here. So this game has an opening, but for some reason it doesn't play at all. Like back on PSP, it did play before you get to like the title screen and such. But for some reason in this like remake, well, sorry, not remake, remaster, it doesn't play. And the only way for you to see it is through here. And even then, it's like compressed because it's PSP quality. They didn't uncompress it at all. So it just makes you go like, why didn't they like not, redid the opening and such? Like, it just kind of baffles me because I'm like, dude, you could have just like redone it because like you literally kept the PSP opening. And it's like still compressed and everything. So like, what was the point then? You still have the time and budget to like remaster like both the first and the second game. Why not, you know, remaster the opening and such? But like, yeah, let's just watch the opening. Earth Geist looks like a healer slash support class. Yeah, they kind of do. They lean towards more magic focused classes, so you can make them like a magic nuke or pure support, like you said, or a summoner, which is kind of like a mix between the two. And when I just call them gnomes because that's actually what they're called. The only reason why the class name like why the race names are different in the opening is because that was like that was localized by Atlas. So what Atlas did was well, they did localize the game pretty decently. Like they did change some of the names for like the certain races. Like you can tell by like, you know, instead of calling them gnomes, they call them Erdgeists and such. So I assume that they went like this anniversary edition kind of went with the lazy approach, and instead of remastering the opening, they just used the old PSP opening, which had the old translation and such. And everything. But yeah, since you guys are here, you guys want to make your own like character? I don't mind. Hold on. So who wants to have their character created first? Just like tell me on chat and everything. Yeah, put them in there, and then I'm just gonna do this. If you want. Alright, so seems like Joe volunteered first. Alright, Joe. Let me get you a good amount of bonus points. Because this game gives you random bonus points. Yeah, it's 100% wizardry. Like, the moment you add in, like, the moment you notice that the bonus points are randomized, that immediately tells you that, yep, it's a wizardry game. It's 100% a wizardry game. It's gonna play exactly like a wizardry game. So yeah, let me try to get you a good amount. No, 7 sucks. 10 is okay, but I'd rather give you a lot. Yeah, 19. 19 work. Yeah, 19 is good. 19 is a good amount. Alright, Joe. We're gonna make your character. I only have like 6 character slots, so let's just try my best to do your full name. Hold on. Oops, wrong button. It'd be D&D-ish, I see. Yeah, like, wizardry is pretty much D&D, like a video game version of it. I'm not gonna lie. I played my fair share of D&D, and even then I'm like, yeah, D&D and wizardry are like almost exactly the same. I mean, wizardry is like on a computer back then, and D&D is like you have like a piece of paper and a dice. But yeah, let me go make your character, Joe. Joe. There you go. I mean, that's all the space I have, Joe. I hope this works. I hope this is like a-okay. But yeah, Joe, which gender do you want to be? You want to be male or female? That's the only genders. Male or female? Male. All right. What race do you want to be? You want to be a human? An elf? A dwarf? A gnome? A halfling? A fairy? A cat person? A dragon person? Or a demon person? Or an angel person? Those are the races. Actually, I might want to see the female designs. Alright, since we saw the male designs, here's the female designs for the races. Human, elf, dwarf, gnome, halfling, fairy, cat person, dragon person, demon person, and angel person. So yeah, those are the designs for both genders for the races. So just pick whatever race you think is cool. Which race is good for support? I would say gnome or let's see. I would say let me try to remember things. All right. So, I would say gnome, fairy, and angel. You're pretty good for support. I'll go with fairy then. Need a reminder for the male fairy design. Alright, this is what the males look like. Hold on. That's what male looks like. Guy with... glasses guy with a smug. Male all the way. Alright, we're gonna get ourselves a smug fairy. Let's do it. Which alignment do you want to be? You want to be good? Oh, sorry. You want to be good, neutral, or evil? Smug, yes. Neutral, alright. Let me show you the classes first. And then I'll like, you know, adjust the stat line to meet it and everything. So we have fighter, they're frontliners. We have mage, they're magic nukers. We have priest, they're healers. We have thief. They don't technically, well, they do steal, but that's later on in the game. They're designed to like remove traps and open up like doors and chests, because every door and chest is like locked in the game and you need a thief to like, you know, unlock it and such. Bishop uses both offense and healing magic, and they have the ability to appraise items. Summoner summons, they're like they're kind of like a mix between offense and support. Ranger uses range attacks. They can buff themselves or their teammates. They can also like lockpick, but they're not that great compared to thieves. Alchemists can do alchemy. They can use offense magic, and they're like I don't know how to describe them other than that. They're good for like money saving purposes. Like in this game, item crafting is really powerful and cheap compared to bindings. Because Joe, I'm gonna tell you something funny. So the weakest like bow you can buy, it's 3,000 money. And if you're like, how much money do you start with? 500. What about crafting it? How much does it cost to craft a bow? 40. Like, there's 40 cents. So, like, yeah. you kind of want to do item crafting a lot. That's why Alchemist is kind of decent on that regard. This one is Psychonic. They're just buffers. They're strictly designed to buff. And whatnot. Monks are just like they're good at the front lines. They can buff themselves. They have some pretty decent like damage potential. Samurai is designed to be like kind of tanky, but at the same time they're pretty good at being like AoE, like they can perform like AoE attacks that can kill a lot of enemies. Valkyrie is designed to be the tank. Well, kind of the tank, but they're also pretty good at damage. Lord is 100% designed to be the tank. They are literally designed to be frontline center. They will take in all the blows. Kunoichi, they're designed to like inflict as many status effects as possible, while Ninja is designed to instant kill. Like, they're purely dedicated to instant kill enemies. While Kunoichi is like, oh yes, we're gonna stunt lock the enemies forever. and whatnot. So those are the races. So which race appealed to you? Sorry, not races, classes, the jobs, course, whatever term they want to use. So which one appeals to you the most? Let's see, yeah, priest will be best. Alright, so you want to be the healer. Gotcha. So we're gonna adjust that real quick. There we go. Let's spread you out a little bit so you won't, like, die on me. There we go. Alright, Joe. You are a male fairy. You are in the neutral alignment. And you are a priest. Are you satisfied with this character or no? Yep. Alright. We're going to enroll you to the academy, Joe. Alright, yippee, we made Joe. Alright, who else wants to get their, get created? Anyone? Anyone else? Sure. Alright, Gwen. Let's do it. Oh, 17. Alright, 17 is not bad. I mean, I can kind of risk it by trying to get better than 17, but my luck is god. Okay, never mind. My luck is awful. Alright, let's do that again. Hold on. Okay, 18 is not bad. 18 is not bad. Alright, 18 is not bad. Alright, Gwen, let's make ya. Gwen. Yeah, that works. That works. Alright, Gwen. Do you want to be... Oops. Do you want to be male or female? Male. Alright. What race do you want to be? You want to be a human? An elf? A dwarf? A gnome? A halfling? Fairy? Cat person? Dragon person? Demon person? or angel? Dragon. Alright. Which alignment do you want to be? Do you want to be good, neutral, or evil? Good if I'm picking a tank class. Alright, so let's just put you at good. Alright, I'll show you the classes again. Let's see, good if I'm picking tank class, neutral if it's for a monk kind of type. Let's see, monks can be... Yeah, monks can be good or neutral. And such, but yeah, I can like go over the classes real quick so you kind of get a gist of it. Fighter, frontline, mage, magic nuke, priest, healing, deep, they can steal, they can pick locks, bishop, can use both offense and healing, they're good at appraising things, summoner, they summon things, they're kind of like a random mix between support and healing. Ranger, they're good at sniping. They can also pick locks, but not as good as a thief. Alchemists, they can do item crafting. They're also pretty good magic nukes. Psychonic, they are buffers. They can buff the entire party in themselves. Monk, frontliners, they can buff themselves. They're pretty decent at doing damage. Samurai, a mixture of being a tank while also having abilities to like AoE like enemy groups. Valkyrie, they can tank, but they're pretty good at dealing like single target damage. Lord, purely dedicated to tank. These guys are designed to tank like absolute motherfuckers. They can tank everything. Kunoichi, they're good at status effects. They can just make enemies get poisoned and such, and also stun lock them for days. Ninja, they're good for instant kills. Lord, let's go. You want to be a Lord? Alright, let's see. Lord needs 15 strength, 10 wisdom, 13 fate, 15 vitality, 10 agility, and 13 luck. Okay, I think we probably have enough to meet some of the requirements. But if it isn't enough, then I have to like re-roll until we get like enough points to get to Lord. So let's see if I can meet it. Hold on. Nope, I'm off. Oh, okay, it looks like I'm off. Yeah, I'm off by, let's see, 3 for fate, and then 3 for luck. So in other words, you're probably going to need a couple of level ups if I were to make you into a different class. But at the same time, I can just re-roll for enough bonus points to do it. I don't mind doing that. Hope it's not going to be too much trouble. I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's going to be that much of a trouble because of it's pretty easy to like just constantly re-roll to get enough bonus points for it. You know what? No, I could like do it right now unless you're like, oh, I'll settle with like another class until I get the recommended stat line to go to Lord sort of thing. Like it's either I make you a Lord right now or I make you a Lord later on. By the way, I'm fine with Monk if I have the stats for this class. Let's see. I think, okay, we could technically do that for you because it's easier for me to like readjust the stat line for it. Hold on. There we go. Look at that. Look at that, Gwen. You can be a monk now. Let me double check. Let's see. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Yeah. This is good. We can make you into a monk. Cool. All right. All right. So we have created Gwen. They are a male dragon person. They are in the good alignment, and they are in the monk class. Is this are you okay with this, Gwen? Sure. All right. It has been decided. You will enroll in this academy, Gwen. Alright. I could make like one more person if anyone in chat wants me to make like them. If not, then I want to show like the second game real quick, and then I'll go back to Dep and Request. I'll just wait for like maybe 20 seconds. And within that 20 seconds, if no one says anything, I will switch to the second Class of Heroes game. And I don't know, I'll just like make some characters in that one too, and then I'll go back to Dep and Request. Like, hey, thank you for the lurk, Reno. Welcome. Alright, 20 seconds is up. No one has replied. So therefore, we will switch to the second Class of Heroes game. Oh yeah, let me save real quick because I don't want to lose progress. Hold on. I'm kind of sad. Oh, thank you. But anyway, I'm kind of sad that they didn't like. Okay. Here's the thing. They used the PS3 opening, yes, but I felt like they didn't uncompress the vocals. So because of that, it sounds snuff. Like they recorded the song in like, I don't know, a rock band mic like I did for certain streams. So because of that, I'm like, damn it. I wish we got a better I don't know, better version of the opening, I guess. Oh well. But yeah, I will show you some of the new changes they did. Who wants to get the character created again? I will like literally show you how they change a lot of things the moment we do the character creation in this game. Anyone? Ow, my back. Wanna show something? What do you mean by that? Went a bit too fast there. Oh, my bad. What I meant to say was, who wants to get their character created again? Because the moment we do character creation in this game, there's a radical difference compared to like the first game. Because I'm showing the second game right now. I do want to see the differences. Alright, Joe. We're gonna make you now. Again. Hold on. No. We need more. No. We need more bonus points. No. No, these are not good. We need more. No. 17? Nah. We need more than that. There we go. 26. Yeah, this game is a lot more lenient with the bonus points compared to the first game. Because in the first game, it's actually really hard to get bonus points around the 20 range. Like, it's legit hard to get it because of how RNG works. But in this game, it's really easy to get it. And such. But yeah, let's make you Joe. Hold on. Basically similar as last time, though I do want to decide a little. Wait, I wanted to decide a bit based on design. Alright, so I think you made a male before, so I'll show you what the race designs look like now. We have humans, we have elves, we have dwarves, we have gnomes, we have halflings, we have fairy, we have cat person, we have dragon person, we have demon people, and we have angel person. Since you picked fairy last time, I'll show you the how they changed the design for the fairy when you pick a specific class. Wait, I was looking away. Oh, okay, alright, hold on. So here are the new race designs for the second game, for males. We have human, elf, dwarf, gnome, halfling, fairy, cat person, dragon person, demon person, and angel person. Since you picked fairy, okay, so since you picked fairy, I'll show you how they change the design when you pick a specific class. Hold on. Where is it? Alright, found it. So you can be a commoner or you can be a ranger. And if you press the X button, you can also see the other outfits that the male fairy gets if they're like a specific class. Hold on, that's range. Wait, let me start with commoner. Fairy fighter. Fairy mage. Fairy archer. Fairy idol. Alchemist. But that's later on in the game. This design here for the alchemist fairy, you need to be at the second half of the game to make them into an alchemist. What role does Puppeteer and Idol have? Okay, so Puppeteer is the debuffer class. They're designed to purely debuff enemies. Idol, on the other hand, is the opposite. They're designed to be purely support, while also having some abilities that lets them deal status effect damage to enemies. And such. So yeah, I can like talk about the classes real quick and then, you know, you pick which one you like then. Commoner, beginner class. They have practically a little bit of everything. They're designed to be kind of the beginner jack of all trades kind of class, but you know, they kind of fall off quickly once you know, go into the more advanced classes. Fighter, frontline. Monk, frontline, you know, they're pretty good at punching things. Mage, they are ridiculously broken in this game. I don't even want to talk about how broken mage is in this game. I'd rather say that for later, but mages in this game, they can use offense, healing, and buffs. And they even learn an ability that increases the effect of all 3 magic types. They're that broken. And I don't want to talk about it right now. I'll talk about it later. Ranger, they pretty much replaced the Deep and Archer class. So what they did in this game is that they merged Deep and Archer into one class called Ranger. And they're designed to be good at lockpicking, opening doors, and shooting enemies from afar. That's what Rangers are designed to do. Puppeteer, pure debuffs. They were literally designed to debuff enemies. Swordmaster, aka the Samurai. Frontliners that can do AoE damage. Ninja status effects galore. And, you know, buffs the entire party. And since you picked Idol, let me remember the stat requirements for Idol real quick. Hold on. I think it was like something like this. No. Hold on. Wait, hold on. What was the requirements for Idol? Wait. Class of heroes to Idol. Wait. Hold on. Oh, wait. There we go. Alright. We met the requirements. We met the requirements of being an idol. Alright. Alright, idol. Is this good, Joe? This is like for the male design, mind you. If you want to see the female design, I don't mind like, you know, backing out and like show it. Sure, feel free to show. Alright, let's show the female designs real quick then. There we go. We have a female fairy idol. Look at her. Look how adorable she is. We can also see like her other like class outfits too. Let's go to commoner real quick. So yeah, commoner, female fairy fighter, mage, ranger, idol, and alchemist. So yeah. Alright, I'm more into the male to be honest. Alright, so male idol outfit. Alright. Is this good, Joe? Is this like a-okay for you? Do you like the outfit you have right now? Do you want me to change the outfit? Or you're like, yes, I want to be a male idol. This is a-okay. Yep, I am now everyone's VTuber Oshi. Alright. Joe will now be the male fairy idol. Neutral alignment. Alright, Gwen. We're gonna make you next. Hold on. Come on. There we go. 25 again. Let's go. Good luck again. Alright. Let's make you again, Gwen. I'm gonna go watch some anime now. See ya. No problems, Joe. I hope your anime watching be good. And you have fun with it and everything. So yeah, see ya. Alright, Gwen. So do you still want to be a dragon person? Or do any of the new like race designs make you go like, ooh, I want to be this race instead? Let's see. Human. Elf. Dwarf. Gnome. Oh, why did that bug out? My bad. Sorry about that, guys. Halfling. Fairy. Cat person. Dragon person. Demon person. Angel person. So yeah, do you still want to be a dragon person or you want to be a different race this time? Let's see. Keep it consistent, huh? Alright, so you're good then. Let's show the designs first, and then, you know, you ask me which design you like and such. Let's see. Oh wait, Reynolds say, what will Mizu wish for in June Direct? Alright. I heard rumors about the June Direct, and what I want is anything related to Bravely Default. Maybe a Bravely Dirt. I know like if it's gonna be Bravely Default like announcement, they're probably gonna be like, hey, let's port Bravely Default and Bravely Second to like modern consoles. If that's the case, I'd be like a happy camper at that point. But if they're gonna announce like, hey, we're gonna make Bravely Dirt, I'm like, hell the fuck yeah. I've been waiting for this game for a while because Bravely Default 2 didn't good game. I just don't like it compared to Bravely Default 1 and Bravely Second. What other news I want for the Direct? Maybe an announcement for like, I don't know, Classic Heroes. Maybe they might be hey, it got popular enough that we're gonna translate the Dirt game and such. Like, I really want to play the Dirt game with you guys. That one, I heard so many good things about because if I remember correctly, the Dirt game actually gives you a lot of freedom with the character creation. And also there's like a lot of like cool decision making you can do in that game, down to the point that you can pick which academy you want to start with in the when you boot up the game and such, which is really interesting because the previous two games you're stuck in the same academy and you unlock the other ones later on. But the Dirt game was like, hey, you can pick whatever academy you want to start with, and it actually does change the type of like classes you begin with, and also the type of enemies you face, items and such. Like, I heard a lot of good things about the Dirt game, but it's sad that it's only like in Japanese. My Japanese isn't that great and such. So yeah, I hope I wasn't talking a little too fast than usual. I just get a little jittery and excited with certain games. And whatnot. But yeah, Gwen, so we have the commoner design, we have the fighter design, We have the monk design. We have the male idol design. And we have the Dragon Knight design. This is a advanced class. You get this later on in the game. If I were to describe what they are, they're essentially like paladins, essentially. They know healing magic and they're good at the front line. But you don't get them until later on in the game. And such. So yeah, like at the moment you're stuck with commoner, fighter, monk, or idol. I do like the commoner sprite the most, to be honest. Alright, so you like the commoner sprite. Which class do you want me to make you into? Because the only classes you can do at the moment is commoner, fighter, monk, and idol. Yeah, they kind of restrict the type of classes the races can do in this game, which to me sucks really bad. Like the first game, you can just make any race, any class you want, but in this game, they really limited it, and I wasn't a huge fan of that. But the game is still solid overall. It's just they really restrict the creation process of it, though. Yeah, let's go with monk again. Gotcha. All right, let me try to remember the requirements for monk because they did change it slightly in this game. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. I just need 10 faith and maybe like a certain amount of strength to make you into a monk instead of like the last game where I needed like 12 faith and like rounded out stats to make you a monk. Wow, they really did change the requirements that much. All right, let's do something like this. Alright, Gwen, you are a male dragon person. You're using the commoner sprite. You are in the good alignment, and your class is monk. Is this good? Are you satisfied with these results? Change it to neutral and be perfect. Alright, neutral it is, baby. Neutral Gwen. Thanks for making me in your game, haha. I mean, no problems. Honestly, when it comes to like character creation games like this and like Etrian Odyssey and Wizardry, I really like making characters based on like my friends or family because I don't know, I have like a bit of sentimental value to it or something. I don't mind doing it with like chat and such because hey, you guys are in my stream. You might as well help me out. Help me out in the game. So yeah, you will now be enrolled, Gwen, into this new academy. So yeah, there's like some differences that they did in this game. Hold on, let me see if I can arrange this properly. No, wait, what? Oh, no! I didn't want to talk to you, Ollie. God damn it. But yeah, here's a big change that they did in this game. So in the first game, there was no voice acting outside of like, you know, the grunts you make in battle and such. In this game, they added voice acting. So far it was like decent. Like the voice acting is decent. I find it a-okay. I don't want that. But like yeah, it makes the characters stand out a little more if you ask me.
ったね。君たちのクラスは、あ、私と一緒だね。さあ、気を取り直して教室に行きましょう。あれ、コッパにルオーテ。偶然だね。あんたらと同じクラスなんだ。
そうみてえだな。
おいらパーネ先生って人のクラスが良かったよ。
ああ、私この2人と地元が一緒でさ、結構長い付き合いなんだよね。この目つきの悪いのがルオーテで、ちっちゃいケムクゼラがコッパ。
お前な、人が気にしていることをズケズケと。
ケムクジャラ言うな。
ほら、席につけお前ら。ホームルームを始める。俺がこのクラスの担任、ダンテだ。早速だが、クラス委員長を決めたいと思う。
I find it funny that they have a teacher who's a demon person, and his name happens to be Dante. He even uses a single-handed sword. No guns though. That's exclusive to the gunner class.
オリーブ、お前やれ。
まだ立候補も取ってないのにいきなり指名って。私できません。図書委員の仕事だってあるし。
うるさい。異議は認めん。いいか、お前ら学生だと思って舐めてんじゃねえぞ。冒険と死は隣り合わせだ。他のクラスは知らねえが、俺のクラスになったからには軍隊に入ったと思って気を引き締めろ。
Dante looks absolutely done with his job. I mean, that's like the normal teacher job. Let's be real, Glenn. Like, I honestly feel like being a teacher, like, yeah, there's some joy in it, but at the same time, like, you will feel dead in the inside, especially with the pay. Yeah, they were just being realistic about it. Yep. Indeed.
よって俺の発言には絶対に服従だ。わかったな。よし。じゃあ早速、はじめの森の通行許可を出しておく。出てくるモンスターはさほど強くはないが、油断は禁物だぞ。自信のない生徒は図書室に行き、学園案内のクエストをまず受けてみろ。各自精進せよ。いいな。
ダンテ先生か。噂は耳にしてたが、ありゃひどいな。
おいら怖いよ。あの先生がこれから1年間おいらたちの担任なのか。は
あ、私ってば入学する前からあいつに目をつけられてたんだよね。まだ入ってもないくせに遊んでんじゃねえとか。でもまさかクラスの担任になるなんて。なんであいつに私たちのバラ色学園生活を脅かされなきゃいけないわけ？あんなやつが担任なんてありえない。今に見てろよ。
Let's see. Will I make a playlist for you to listen to? What do you mean by that? Like you make like a Spotify like playlist, and you're like, hey Mizu, do you want to like listen to this on your free time, sort of thing? If that's the case, I don't mind. The playlist from YouTube Music. Oh, alright, I don't mind that. Wait, no. Was it organized? Yeah, it was organized. Hold on. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Is that a full party? Don't worry, I will play this game with a full party, but until then, this is all we have so far. I love me some I like making demon people. Like whenever I played Class of Heroes, I always make my character like a demon person. I don't know why. I think they're neat. And such. But yeah, there's also like another thing I can like point out. Like you can actually change your outfit anytime you want. It will like anytime you want. Let's see, that sprite with the ghost girl looks really cute. Yeah, this is her outfit if you were to make her a puppeteer. Even though I made her a mage. If you want to see what her mage outfit looks like, it's this one here. This is her mage outfit. I guess I can cycle through the sprites real quick. Hold on. So this is Commoner. She looks done with life. Kind of an emo girl. This is Warrior. Mage. Magical girl. Puppeteer. You know, cute puppet. Very adorable. Kunoichi. Idol. I think this one is Necromancer. This is the Necromancer outfit. But yeah, I like the Puppeteer outfit more, even though I like playing Mage. So yeah, let's save, and I'll switch back to Defend Requests. So yeah, I'd spend like, how long have I been streaming right now? I spent almost 2 hours just talking about Class of Heroes, damn. But yeah, Rena with the whole playlist from YouTube Music, I don't mind that. I don't mind listening to it. I'm not really much of a music person, but like, I don't mind listening to other musics. So yeah, I hope this was like educational for you guys about Class of Heroes 1 and 2. I will stream these games. I'm not sure when, because Gwen, I'm planning on doing a Death End Request marathon where I play the first game, and like to completion I get all the death ends and show all the endings. And when I do that, I'll jump to the second game, do the same case there, you know, get all the death ends and get all the endings to hype myself for the upcoming Death End Request game, even though that's going to be in Japanese. But I'm hoping that when they announce the English release, it's gonna come like pretty early next year or something around those lines and such. So yeah, I'm excited for that. So I'm just gonna do like a little marathon to like hype myself a bit. And once I finish that marathon, I'll probably like, you know, start streaming like Class of Heroes. I'll start with the first game, and then make my way to the second game. And who knows, maybe if I have enough confidence in my Japanese at that point, I'll probably stream the third, fourth, and fifth game, but I highly doubt it, to be honest, but eh. But yeah, I'll be swapping games real quick. Shoot, where's my button? Found it.
どうした？
私悔しいです。
何がだ？
こんなにバグに荒らされて、どこもかしこもめちゃくちゃです。私の作りたかった世界はこんなんじゃありません。直したいです、元のオーデッセイに。
そうだな。そのためにもお前は早くここから出ないとな。
大丈夫ですか、シーナ。なんだか辛そうです。
ああ、ううん、平気です。ありがとう。リリーは優しいですね。
やっぱりそうか、間違いない。
びっくりした。脅かさないでくださいよ、クマさん。急にどうしたんですか？
今プログラムコードを洗ってたんだが、シーナたちが敵を倒すたびにバグが少しずつ消滅してきてるんだ。思った通りマーターズに取り付いている寄生虫はバグそのものだったんだ。
じゃあ
I'm so glad there's an auto button
数を減らしていけば。
because
クマさん、光が見えてきましたね。
sometimes if a game doesn't have an auto button, I feel scared if I accidentally like skip the voice acting
あ、
because I want to see like how the voice actors deliver the lines and such. I don't want to accidentally skip them.
そう呼んでいて、皆さんがエントマと呼んでいるものもその一種です。
おっしゃっている意味がよくわかりません。エントマは神の呪いではないのですか？
その通りですよ。私とクマさんは調査の結果、その神の呪いも含めて壊れた世界の一部と考えていて、さっきみたいな寄生虫を消していくと、この世界のあちこちに発生している壊れた部分、バグが消えていくんです。
バグが消える、エントマが溶けるということですか？
そうそうそうそう。
バグを消したからといって死んだ人が生き返ったりはしないし、全てが元に戻るわけじゃない。 バグを消すイコールエントマが解けるというのもまだ可能性の段階でしかないんだ。期待させて悪いが。
いいえ、可能性があるだけでも十分です。エントマが解ければ皆を助けることができるかもしれないのですから。そのためなら私は何でもいたしましょう。
分かった。俺もできるだけサポートしよう。とりあえずこの調子でマーターズを倒して寄生虫をバグーたちに食わせていってくれ。その結果を見て今後の方針を決めていこう。
はい。
お呼びでしょうか。そうそう。
こんなものかな。
お呼びでしょうか。購入ですね。
Hey, I thought I bought this. Wait. Oh, I have enough to buy this. Hold on. Have Mizu owned any of the Kimitsu no Yaiba game? Wait. Mami Mume. Kimitsu no Yaiba game. Wait, what games are those? Hold on. Demon Slayer. No, I do not own any of the Demon Slayer games. Honestly, like the only Demon Slayer games that are available, they're like 3D Arena games. Not really my cup of tea, to be honest. Pickle Bone is so good. Sheena's tanky. Shadow Ring is also good too. I don't wanna. Yeah, what's this? This works. We're gonna make Replica or Calliope Mori. We're gonna make Calliope Mori the fastest character in the game. Like, okay, I'm aware that when it comes to Calliope Mori, well, Hololive, I know she came out way after Death and Request, but I don't know why. Every time I look at Replica, I just think of Mori. And vice versa. When I first saw Calliope Mori, I just went like, oh, that's just Replica from Death and Request. And because of that, the two has been interchangeable to my eyes ever since. But yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind this character having 140 agility. It's not like that's gonna break the game or anything. Yeah, I honestly doubt it's gonna break the game. Wait, they have this. I miss. Wait a minute. Let's see. Himetsu also a Mario Party style game called Sweep the Board for Switch. Oh yeah, they did make a Mario style, a Mario Party style game. I don't know. I don't really play party games by myself, to be honest. I mean, I probably buy it and play it with friends, but I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't think that game is like on the table for me. Alright. Guys, we're gonna go touch grass. We're gonna go to reality. Are you guys ready? We're gonna go and touch grass. Alright, where do I need to go? Enigma Games? Or the park? Alright, should I go back to work? Or should I go to the park and touch grass? What to do? Let's go to work. I'm not touching grass today.
こんなに早く会社に行くの何年ぶりだ
7:30, huh? When was the last time I came into work this early? I can't get a hold of either Sumika and Lydia. Neither of them were responding to my texts, and the social media social mail system. Wait, is that what SMS means? Social mail system? Message system? Not mail. Message system. Rain code. Wait, rain code. Isn't showing them as red. What's rain code? Hold on. Rain code. Oh, it's the Danganronpa. Like it was made like the artist was the person who did Danganronpa. That game with the cute Shinigami, the cute Grim Reaper girl. I remember that. I remember that game. No, I have not played it. It looks cool. Looks unique. I do like Danganronpa. I like the first two games. I actually like Despair Girls. I actually had fun with that game. And I thought the story was actually cool. Despite most people's opinions on it. I actually like that game a lot. Dree was a good conclusion to the series, even though I felt like you need context from like the side material to make Dree work. So in other words, it's a fantastic conclusion if you follow the story of Danganronpa from the first game and all the way up to the third game. Like you seen everything about it and everything. Like Dree is such a good conclusion in that regard. But if you didn't, then like if you just jump from like 2 to Dree, then you're just left in confusion. Like Dree doesn't really do a good job at summarizing like certain side events that play a major role in their game and such. So like yeah, I do like Danganronpa. I think they're cool. I have not played Rain Code, but I am interested in it as like someone that does enjoy these type of mystery games and such. But like yeah, let's see, short message system or something. All right, so that's what it means. I thought it was like social, like you use it to talk to people. I didn't know it meant for short. I'm like, short, okay, that kind of makes sense. I didn't feel like going back to sleep, so I found myself heading back to the office. Oh my god, that that kind of reminds me of a little bit of my reality. God damn. There's times when I do have to go to my workplace to get stuff for my job, even though I work at home most of the time. But there are times when I do have to go to the office to get things. Did Mitsu watch the Danganronpa Dream anime? I did watch it. I thought it was okay, to be honest. I don't really think too highly of anime adaptation of games, because like 90% of the time is usually hot garbage, and the 10% is like actually decent and whatnot. So like when it came to the Danganronpa Dream anime, it was just okay. I didn't really think too highly of it. Actually going to your workplace, what a horrible situation, yes. Today was supposed to be my day. Wait, dude, wait, let me unrail this, hold on. You're telling me it's your day off today, and the first thing you decide to do on your day off is to go to your workplace instead of like, I don't know, like go to the arcade, maybe do like a gaming session in your home. I don't know, go to the park and like have a nice jog or something. Like the first thing this guy does when it's his day off today is go straight to work. Come on, dude. Come on. Is he really dedicated to the grind? Is the Persona 4 anime one of the 10%? Yeah, okay, I'll put it like this. I think the Persona 4 anime, like the first anime, is part of that 10%. Golden was not that great compared to the original Persona 4 anime. Hey, Persona Dream anime movies, I would say it's part of the 10%, even though I didn't enjoy the movies compared to the actual game. I still think they're pretty solid as like kind of a refresher of sorts if you don't remember events from the third game. I feel like that's what the Dream movies do a really good job at. And then we don't talk about the Persona 5 anime. That one's hot garbage. No one ain't gonna save that one. Like, I don't care the amount of Persona 5 fans there are. Ain't none of them gonna, like, ain't no one going to agree that the Persona 5 anime was any good whatsoever. That was hot garbage from day one. No one's gonna defend that. And whatnot. There's also like the Persona Trinity Souls. I unironically like that one because like it had interesting concepts, even though I felt like the execution wasn't that well done. But it was still like a solid like anime to watch through, especially back when 5 wasn't a thing and the only content we had was like Persona 3 and 4. So like the Trinity Souls anime was actually a pretty decent experience. I wouldn't say it was like great through any stretch of the mean. It was decent. No, whatnot, but yeah, every other department has team members who come to the office on their day offs, bouncing from cubicle to cubicle to say hello. That's sad. I would never spend my day off like that. Like, okay, maybe if I want to say hi to, like, I don't know, a coworker that I get along with and they just happen to be working on that day, like, I don't mind that. But, like, when you have a day off, it's a day off. You shouldn't, like, go straight to your workplace on your day off. Like, just like, relax, dude. Either they must be lonely or the office is more of a home than their actual home. Oh, that's Huh. I mean, there are some people who live in their workplace, like actual like live in their workplace, not like, oh, their home is their workplace. No, there are actual some people who make their like office cubicle like a mini home and such, especially if they had to like do extra work and such. If I had to guess, it's because the atmosphere here reminds people of a college club or something. It must be nice.
まあ誰かしらには会えるだろう。スミ子たちも
Thank God I don't have to talk. Thank you, game.
なんだ
Not to brag, but Enigma is located in a wealthy financial district amongst a scattering of high rises looming over Tokyo. Bet there is a miserable Japanese salaryman who thought it's literally me when he got to this point of the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's really relatable. Their work culture is honestly insane. It is. Like, not to be mean about it, but holy crap, the work culture in Japan is just absolutely crazy. With like the amount of hours they work, to the point that there's an actual term used to describe if someone like died from overworking. Like, it's that insane if they have an actual term for it. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Did Mizu play Xenogames? Dude, I played all the Xeno games. I played Gears. I played Saga Trilogy. I even played Saga Episode 1 and 2 on the DS, like that version of it. I played Xenoblade 1 back on the Wii. I also played the Definitive Edition when it came out on Switch. I played 2. 2 is my favorite Xeno game. I love Xenoblade 2. Like, that's the best Xeno game for me. I even played the DLC. DLC was poggers. I played Dree and its DLC. I thought Dree was fine. I didn't like it compared to 2, but I liked it more than 1. And the DLC for Dree was like absolutely wonderful. Like, God. Is that word Koroshi? Yeah, it's Koroshi. I remember there was a Flash game with that thing. Yeah, that's the word, Gwen. Koroshi. Like, yeah. Karoshi. Yeah, Karoshi. I don't know why I pronounce it as Ko. It's Karoshi. Yeah, that's the word. It's really sad there's an actual word for that type of death. But yeah, Reno, I played all the Xeno games. If you ask me what my favorite Xeno game has to be, it has to be Gears. Like, Gears is like my hands down favorite Xeno game. Second place would be like Xenoblade 2. Third place would be Xenosaga Episode 1. And then the rest of the games are like in fourth place. And whatnot, but like, yeah, the Xeno games. I'm kind of sad that the only Xeno games that people talk about is Blade. They don't talk about Gears. They don't talk about Saga. They talk about Blade. And there's too many normies, if I'm gonna be honest. And I mean it in a like, they only play only specific like Xenoblade games, that type of normies. They don't like try the other ones, and if they did try it, they just play like a few hours and they're like, oh, this is crap compared to the one I started with, so I'm not gonna play it. And whatnot. I don't like those people. To me, they're too close-minded to have an actual proper conversation with. And whatnot. So like, yeah. I mean, if you only play like Xenoblade, like you play all the Xenoblade games, then like, props to you. I'm actually able to have a conversation with them because, you know, they actually put in the effort to play all the games to completion and such. But like, people only play like a handful of them. What I mean, people only play like one game and then play the rest. Is like, yeah, I can't really talk to them. I hope it doesn't make me seem like too mean. It's just that I've been way too exposed to the like to those type of fans to the point that I kind of become really skeptical with the people I like interact with, to the point that it's like, yeah, I don't think I can get along with them. But if it's like, oh, I never played the games before and such, you guys are okay in my book, because like, it's either A, you guys are like curious enough to actually hear like someone's opinion on the series, which in other words tells me like, oh, hey, this person might, you know, become a fan or something, and if that's the case, well, good on them. Like, that's awesome. We get more people and such. But like, yeah, I don't mind those type of people because, you know, they're genuinely curious and they're like, hey, this satisfied my curiosity enough that I want to try it out. Like, those people are absolute pog if you ask me. And whatnot. So like, yeah, let me continue with Defen. Alright, our company only has a staff of 30 people, and yet we got a fancy building right beside my stop at the train station. Wait, 30 people. That's relatively that's actually pretty small. Wait, would you call it a small team? I wouldn't say that's a small team, like for a company, video game development company. Would one call that average size? Because I know some people are like, oh man, I'm used to video game companies that have like hundreds or even 1,000 employees and such, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure 30 is like a good amount for a video game company. Depends on the company and their focus on the job. True. It seems like Enigma Games make a lot of RPGs, so having 30 people is not that bad. My first office job had like 10 people in total. Oh yeah, yeah, that's definitely on the small side, but like not that bad. Our CEO is a wizard programmer who made his fortune in the game industry before finding Enigma. He played it smart by choosing not to have our company expand too quickly, opting instead to invest in great work environment for his staff. Yo, that's a cool ass CEO. His philosophy is best summarized as an elite environment for the elite team. That's a cool boss. I want a boss like that. Did Mizu also play the Suikoden series? Dude, I have not heard that name in a long ass time. God, I played them. I played the PSP games. Well, not PSP. I played the PS1 games. I only played a little bit of the PS2 games, like 5 and 6, but I didn't really like them compared to the first ones on PS1. I am aware that there's a spiritual successor to the game that came out recently, but I don't know. It didn't really like catch my interest compared to the older games. So because of that, I was like, I'll probably try it if it's on like sale or something. But outside of that, yeah, I don't think it's gonna live up to like the hype of the older games, to be honest. Like if it does, then like that's good. It blew my expectations, but at the moment, I don't think I have enough interest in trying it out yet. Let's see. I've got no room to complain about it. It's an ideal commute. And there's even a large shopping mall nearby. It's nice to see our company logo on one of the swampiest buildings in town when I enter. Today, however, my normal commute was interrupted by the sight of what appears to be news reporters and cameras.
この辺りで事件でもあったのか
Oh, he voice acted, my bad.
なんだこの辺りで事件でもあったのか
あなた社員の方ですか
A ferry of microphones were aimed towards me by reporters, followed by their eager cameramen, as I find myself suddenly surrounded.
なんですいきなり
エニグマの方ですよね。話を聞かせてください。今回の騒動は御社とやはり関係が。日本国内だけでなく世界各国の経済ネットワークまでが一部ダウンしています。あの画面はどういう意味なんですか？
ちょっと待ってください。あなた方の言っている意味が俺には全く。確かに俺はエニグマの社員ですが、騒動って何のことですか？
やっぱりここの社員か。なんだお前らはハッカー集団か。
は？岩か。なんでタイミングだよ。
もしもし新た、あんた一体何したの？
ってお前もかよ。俺が何をしたってんだ。
ブレイキングニュース。数時間前より世界中で同時多発している正体不明のサイバー攻撃に関する続報をお届けします。本日未明、無差別に選定されたパソコンなどの電子機器が所有者の意図しない動作を一斉に始めた事件で、メールで送信された感染プログラムにより記録部分に負荷を与えられ、コンピューターを破壊するなどのマルウェア行動による被害は依然広がり続けており、コンピューターを使用した機器や乗り物、国内外のマーケットが事実上機能停止させられるという事態に陥っています。
Let's see. I watched on a big telescreen as the breaking news echoed grandly over my bewildered head. Let's see, did Mizu also own Under Night in Birth series? Yes, I do own the first game back on the PS3. I don't have the new game at all. I do want to play the new game. I heard a lot of good things about it, but I only played the first game though. I couldn't believe it that something was able to monopolize the operating systems of every digital device on Earth was baffling. What was more terrifying about it, however, was that it seemed totally random. The news reporter was quick to blame this attack on some hacker, but I wonder why the reporters were at our doorstep. What could it all mean? Just as I thought to shrug it off as nothing, I performed a double take to what I saw on screen.
およびオペレーションシステムの破壊が行われる際に表示される謎の画面を調査した結果、2年前、都内にあるソフトウェア開発会社が手掛け、現在は停止されているオンラインゲームで表示されるものであると判明。警察は不正指令電磁的記録作成の疑いで捜査に乗り出すと発表しました。ソフトウェア会社前には現在多くの報道陣が詰めかけています。
もっとちょうだい。
It made no sense. The image displaying on the feature victim's hacked device was clearly the login screen for World's Odyssey.
なんだよこれ。どうなってんだよ。
今どこ？ニュース見た？
今見たとこだよ。
会社の周りやばいよ。囲まれるから。
や いも何ももう囲まれてる。
何年しちゃうかな。あれオデッセイの画面にね、今朝のアグルニュースでも大々的に記事が載ったのよ。エニグマが関わってる可能性があるって。
はあ、普通に考えてわざわざ証拠を残すやつが犯人なわけないだろ。
そうだけど、あの画面が出てる以上無関係とも言い切れないでしょ。捜査令状も出てるかもしれない。すぐそこを離れて。
何もしてないのになんで逃げなきゃならないんだよ。
休みが明けてホーム部で動く前に変な元気でも取られてみなさい。それを盾に会社傾けたらあんた責任取れんの？
おいお前、何のんきに話してんだ。分かってるのか。世界規模の経済損失だぞ。おい、
うるせえな。こいつわざと怒らせようとしてるよな。人間なんだよ。
ただいま事件に関与していると思われる会社の社員と名乗る男性に話を聞いておりますので、新しい情報が入り次第お伝えします。
とにかく早く離脱して、後で連絡するから。
分かったよ。
おい待て。
待ってください、もう少し話を。
各国の首脳も犯人を非難する声明を発表しています。
これほど大規模なサイバーテロ事件は過去に類を見ない。
I'm back. Welcome back.
犯人は直
Gwen,
ちに手を
sorry,
止め
I
るべき
choked on a bit of my spit.
だもなければ
Welcome back.
罰を受けることになるだろう。
What was going on? This all had to be one big nightmare, right? Nightmare, like a nightmare from Mary Skelter. Just kidding. I know you're not talking about that, but I uttered this statement to myself as I ran away aimlessly. Each breath I took was more pain than the last, like the crescendo of a bell ringing in the pit of my stomach. I felt panic and sweat drip from every pore of my body, and my head spun from terror. It only took 3 hours for the cyber attack to affect devices worldwide, from midnight until 3 a.m. Who or what was capable of attacking electronic devices on this kind of attacking electronic devices on this kind of a global scale? Normally, firewalls are strong enough to protect data entry for any normal PC or cell phone. Hacking every PC and cellular device simultaneously would be impossible unless you were a mad genius. Yo, Under Night is sick. Love that game. Shame Under Night 2 is too expensive for my region. Yeah, you told me about the pricing the last time we hanged out. Like, man, the pricing for games in different countries will always baffle me. Like, legit. It just always baffles me no matter what. It's like I'm seeing a different world, quite literally. But even as my lungs struggled to draw breath, I had sprinted as far away from the reporters as my legs would take me. A series of questions swirled in my anxious mind until I finally managed to find my way home.
はい、時はです。ただいま電話に出られません。メッセージをお願いします。
時はのやつ、全然電話が繋がらないじゃないか。他の連中とも連絡がつかないし。くっそ、 何がどうなってんだよ。
It is at least cheaper than the other big releases. Yeah, I remember like a friend of mine told me like they have to pay like 90 Canadian bucks for like a normal copy of like Dragon's Dogma, like the second Dragon's Dogma game. They had to pay like around $90 for like the standard version of it on Steam. That's like the pricing for it. Absolutely crazy, dude. Because the login screen for World Odyssey was flashed on every screen on account of a global cyber attack. It's basically the same price as the new Grand Blue Versus in 8 for where I live, unfortunately. Haha. Yeah. My god, $90 for like a standard edition of a game. That's just crazy, and it sucks at the same time. Internet forums began connecting the dots and determined that Enigma was at fault, wasting no time to bash your company at every opportunity. To make matters worse, Eggy's news division made sure to deflect the blame from themselves and blast it towards us in their broadcast. Bruh.
一瞬うちの社長ならと思いもしたが、あの人に限ってそんな真似をするとは考えがたい。俺たちのゲームで世界を明るくするってのがあの人の口癖だからな。今俺にできることは何だ
AKA $70 for Tekken 8 and for Dragon's Dogma 2, $50 for Under Night 2 and Grand Blue Fantasy versus R. Yeah, I could never get used to like price changes in games. I could never get used to it. Especially for like new modern games nowadays. It just completely baffles me. I guess that's why I tend to play a lot of old games or just replay games I own, because I'm like, oh man, this new game that I want, a little too pricey for me at the moment. I'm not gonna buy it yet. I'll probably wait for a sale. Alright, so we went back to work. We learned about reporters, and like we are apparently responsible for like a global hack, which honestly, when they mentioned like, oh man, all the devices got hacked in the world, it reminded me of Pluto's Kiss from .hack. If you guys play the .hack games, and if you guys haven't played the .hack games, there was an event in the world of .hack called Pluto's Kiss, where, if I remember correctly, on Christmas Day in 2001, I believe, is when this event took place in .hack. The whole world got access to the internet. Like, the internet used to be only exclusive to like governments and such, but now they made one internet server that the entire world will be on in the world of .hack. Yeah, the world of .hack, there's only one like internet server. There's no like multiple ones. There's only one. Apparently, like the internet technology in .hack is like extremely good if there's only one server and whatnot. But like, yeah, back to the topic. So the moment the internet was open to the whole world, someone hacked it, and it caused all the machines, from the traffic lights to like refrigerators and like other things, to not work anymore. And they managed to find who the hacker was, and it was a teenager in California. And if you're wondering like, why did he do it? He did it by accident. Because he was testing out his new computer and wanted to like try out programming. and he accidentally made a virus that shut down practically every electronic device in the world on Christmas Day. And because of that, the event was called Pluto's Kiss. And I think the kid was like put under protective service because every country wanted his head for that event, even though he did it by accident. He didn't have like ill intentions of it. He just did it by accident. That's the funny thing. That's like legit the funny thing about Pluto's Kiss, about the dot hack universe. For me, it's like 5 times difference in price between 1 and 2 on Steam. Damn, that's... God, that sucks. But like, yeah, chat, like imagine you try out like the internet for the first time and you accidentally made a virus that just shuts down everything. And now you're under protective services because every country wants your head now. And you're like, I don't know, 14 when you did it. Like that kid's life got like legit fucked over because of that mistake. Like Jesus. Well, my poor kid, yeah, like you gotta feel bad for you gotta feel bad for him. Alright, we're gonna go touch grass, guys. We're gonna go to the park. Also, I noticed it's been 2 hours and 37 minutes. So I want to do a BRB break. I want to get some water and a snack. It won't take me too long. Probably take me like a few minutes or something. I don't even know why I can change my BRB screen too, because I don't have any like cool artwork for Deafin Request 2. Sorry not to. For Deafin Request, because the only ones I have is like the wallpapers that are on the website, but they don't have any fancy ones. So we're gonna go with a random wallpaper I have lying around. Hold on. Where is it? Senran Kagura. Senran. There we go. Senran Kagura. Alright, that works. My girl Asuka in the middle. Let's go. Everyone has cute plushies. Alright, I'll be back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's see what you guys wrote down. Let's see. Is it under night 1? Is it under night L or S? Between late and 2. 725 versus 94%. What the fuck? Wait, what kind of pricing is that? Hold on. BRB from Swimsuit Galore to Cuteness Overlord. Yes. It's funny because this art here is for the pinball game. Peach Ball. That game is literally like filled with so much fan service that this right here is like the few times you actually get something that's purely cute instead of like straight up fan service. It's hilarious. I do like Peach Ball. It's an interesting pinball game. Very stylistic. Like they go all out with the pinball and how stylish that game can get. Like it's honestly very like cool to look at spectacle wise, even though it's just a pinball game. But anyway. Let's see. Grand Blue Fantasy versus R actually much cheaper for me. Just check. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, let's continue on game.
不可思議な写真が必ず撮れるとかいう心霊スポットだよな。名前は確か山伏公園。少しネットで調べてみるか。
Have Mizu played God Eater series / Covain? Oh, Reno. Reno.
テレビでもやってたくらい有
I
名な心霊スポットのはずなんだが。
I played
悪いくらい何も出ないぞ。
all the God Eater games,
確かあの公園。
and I have played
会社
Covain.
が割と近くだったよな。
If you want to know like what's my first God Eater game, I played the first game back on the PSP. And if you're like, is it like normal God Eater or is it God Eater Burst? Normal God Eater, and then I played Burst afterwards when there was an English version of it. And ever since then, I played like every single God Eater game, including the mobile games that are like defunct now. I even play Code Vein. I have actually been playing Code Vein recently with Gwen. We're having like so much fun in it. Like we were literally dicking around in Code Vein. It's absolutely hilarious. Oh yeah, I should have read this. My bad. I got a little distracted. My bad, guys. Luckily, there was no one hovering around my home. The press doesn't seem to know where I live yet. I kept myself discreet as I creep over towards Yamabushi Park. Shoot, I almost dropped that. So this is the room. Oh wait, he said that. My bad. I don't believe in ghosts, nor I am interested in proving their lack of existence. Oh no, but yeah, click on the God Eater thing. I love God Eater 1 back on the PSP. Like, that's honestly my preferred version of God Eater 1. Resurgence is good. I'm not gonna lie. I just hate the English voice acting. That's it. That's like... No, actually, no. I also hate how tanky the origami are in Resurgence compared to, like, PSP Town. Like, Resurgence origami was, like... I have way too much HP for my liking and whatnot, but it was still a fun game. I just didn't like think it's as fun as back on PSP because I have so much fond memories of playing God Eater on the PSP. I played it with my uncles, and I just had so much fun with them and such. Like it was just like very fond memories for me and everything. God Eater 2, I did play that on PSP. And I liked it. I honestly feel that God Eater 2 has the best gameplay out of the series. I just like how customizable God Eater 2 is, and it's just so much fun to like do random shit in it and such. Especially the bullet crafting. Like bullet crafting in God Eater is so fun to do. Like in the first game, it was like really cool and you can make some really broken bullets. But I feel like 2 kind of took it by the horns and just made it even better. There's so many things you can do in 2 and it's just absolutely amazing and such. But like, yeah, there's also other cool things about 2, even though I felt like the story was kind of a retract of the first game, and even then it was a little bit on the I don't know, happy-go-lucky side of things, which I thought it was okay, but at the same time I still prefer the first game story more. Also, I love the customization in the second game too. Like the outfits you get in the second game are like so cute. It's so cool and everything. Then we get to Dree. I have mixed feelings towards Dree. I think Dree has the best movement. Like it feels so good to move around in Dree. But I don't like Dree for like the gameplay outside of that. I think they made the Origamis have way too little HP to the point that it doesn't even take you that long to kill them. You can kill them really easily. I didn't like how they nerfed like bullet crafting in that game. Like it's still in theory broken, but like they severely limit the creativity you can do with it. And because of that, I wasn't a huge fan of bullet crafting in their game. And oh my god, don't get me started with the story and like the world of Dree. Like as someone that like followed the lore of God Eater from the first game all the way to the third game, including the mobile games, Dree felt like a big slap in the face for me. I was like, really? Like this is the direction they went with? And it just doesn't feel right to me. Like I have a feeling that they made Dree to be like kind of the entry level sort of game for God Eater, but I argue that 1 and 2 are way better than Dree in that regard because Dree is so isolated from the rest of the games in the lore to the point that I had a hard time like remembering that, oh yeah, Dree is technically part of the series and such because of how detached it was and everything. So like, yeah, like outside of like the great movement and such, everything else about Dree I just wasn't really a big fan of, and I think it's like my least favorite of the games. Not saying that's a terrible game, I still had like a lot of fun with Dree. It's just that compared to 1 and 2, I feel like Dree was a bit of a step down compared to them. So like, yeah, I am gonna stream the God Eater game someday. I did stream like the first game on PSP for a bit as like a bit of a changer from my usual schedule. I do want to continue streaming that one to like completion, and then I'll play 2, and I'll probably like play Resurgence but with a new character instead of like the one I play with my friends and such. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about Covain outside of me like dicking around with Gwen. Like, man, I had so much fun playing Covain with Gwen. It was fun, like both of us just dicking around and just trying our best to survive. And just like messing around with like the skill system and such. Like Covain was so fun in that regard. Like as like a Souls game, it's like it's decent. It's a decent Souls game. But like everything else that's like good about Covain, I just had so much fun with. Like I honestly think Covain is like just a generally fun game to play and such. But like, yeah, enough of my jibber jabber. Let's continue on with Death End. However, even for someone like me, there was something in the air, something cold, bitter, lingering in the stillness of this decrepit park. Oh, fuck, I messed that up. Sorry, guys. Did Mizu also watch? Yeah, I watched it. Oh boy, I watched it. I'll put it like this. I personally think it belongs to the 10%, but as long as you're not asking me about the story. If it's like for the music and the animation, it's in the 10%. If you ask me about the story, it's part of the 90. In other words, it's hot garbage. And such. I didn't like the anime story. I think the story, like, there was only like 3 parts in the story that I like. Where they, like, I won't spoil it because I'm playing it with a friend, and I don't want to spoil the story portions yet for them. But I'll put it like this: there were 3 moments in the story that were greatly expanded in the anime, and I thought that was like cool. That's honestly like the best parts of the anime, of them extending like certain events from the game that I felt like kind of needed that extension, and the anime did a good job in that regard. But everything else was just crap. Like, God, it was just absolute garbage. I don't want to talk about the anime. Like, the MC was a cool dude, but the story was awful. God damn it. There's only like 3 moments in the story that was good. Everything else was bad. So, like, yeah, Guide Your Anime, 90% due to the story. If you only want to talk about the soundtrack and the animation, part of the 10%. And such. Like, God, I'd rather not talk about the anime because of how much I have immense mixed feelings of it. So, yeah.
やっぱり何もないよな。
I try standing in different locations, trying to look back and forth at the photo in the park to make sure I'm gazing at the right angle. For some reason though, something turned in my stomach, as if there was something steering me away from recreating that haunted photo.
帰ろうかな。
おや、あなたも心霊写真を撮りに？
Hey, it's a dude.
びっくりさせてしまいましたか？ごめんなさいね。私は安城と申します。通りの向こうの喫茶店ナイトアウルのマスターをやっています。
喫茶店？
Let's see. There he was, a dorky-looking gentleman with a smile as full as his gut. His eyes glow with kindness, and for whatever reason, I felt like I could trust him.
水なしです。大声を出してすみません。
こちらこそ急に話しかけてすみません。最近は心霊写真を撮影しようと全国からオカルト好きが集まってくるので、同じ好き者の方なんじゃないかなと思ってしまって。
実は俺ここで撮れる心霊写真に興味があって。
ほほう、水梨くんは作家さんか何かですか？
作家というか、まあクリエイティブ系ですね。ゲームを作っています。
ゲームいいですね。私でよければ何でも聞いてください。
助かります。ネットで調べてもこの公園の情報が
Gotta go now. Thanks for the stream, Easy. No problems, Gwen. Thank you for stopping by and like chatting with me, and also chatting in with chat as well. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you have a good night, since I'm assuming it's like nighttime for you right now. So yeah, I hope you have a good night and have a wonderful sleep and every day.
断りの変化を気づけるのは選ばれし者の才能です。水梨くん、やりますね。九段の話はオカルト界隈でも相当話題になっているんですよ。情報統制でも敷かれたのではと疑うほどに、その手の記事がごっそり消されてしまっているんですよ。噂では他にも検索結果が 消えてしまった言葉がいくつもあると言われています。その言葉は真理のかけらと呼ばれ、そのすべてを知ってしまった者は
Did the fan service scene save the anime from being the worst side of 90%? Sadly, no. As much as I like the fan service of the anime, it didn't save it from the god-awful story. It honestly didn't. Like, the fan service was great because I was like, hey, I recognize these outfits. These are like outfits they use in the game. And such. Like, I thought that was cool. And such, but like, outside of the fan service and like others, the three important scenes that I can't really talk about yet. Yeah, the anime story sucked.
わかりました。気をつけます。
This Anjo character was soft-spoken, but he was convincing nevertheless. His words were coaxing me, seeping into my brain with his sincerity. All of a sudden, it felt like something cold had touched my neck. My entire body shivered from fear.
あなた今、私のことを怖いとか怪しいって思ったでしょう。冗談ですよ。ごめんなさいね。オカルトとか心霊の世界ってね、大体はそんなバカなというお話ばかりなんですよ。まあ、あったらあったで、いたらいたで。夢があるでしょ。私たち好き者はね、そこにロマンを感じてしまうんです。水梨くんのように純粋な目で話を聞いてくださる方には特にいい季節をしてしまうんですよ。
別にいいですけど。じゃあここで必ず撮れるという心霊写真の話を聞かせてください。
私はあんまり種明かしはしない主義なんですがね。まあお詫びも兼ねてお話ししましょう。実はですね、あ、そのスマホをお借りしてもいいですか？
どうぞ。
He took my phone from my hand, walked in front of the swing set, and put the camera into position.
どうです？
それ、その位置。あの写真の構図だ。
でしょう。で、シャッターを押すと、はい、心霊写真の出来上がりです。
あ、
Did Mizu also play the Date A Live game? I have not played the games. I heard a lot of good things about them, but I have watched and read the novels of Data Live. I honestly liked them. They were cool. My favorite character has to be the yandere. She's the one with the clock in her left eye. That one. I forgot her name, but she's my favorite character. Let's see, this time I walk straight towards the slide. Anjo followed along a similar path, but instead stopping where I had. He stopped in front of the grassy area.
ほら、これですよ。この黒い岩。こうして見ると何の形にも見えない単位ないただの自然物なのですが、さっきの位置でカメラを構えた時にだけ ら不思議。ちょうど人がポーンと立っているように見えるでしょう。
マジですか？本当に見える。
種を知ってしまうとなんだってなっちゃいますが、夢があったでしょう。ちょっとだけ不思議なのは、この岩がいつ置かれたかなんですよ。もともとこの公園にはなかったのに、変ですよね。不法投棄か、あえて置いたのか、はたまた未知なる存在によるものなのかはわかりませんけどね。こんなお話に興味があったら、いつでもお店にでも遊びに来てください。それではごきげんよ
う。After he said his piece, the man walked briskly towards the cafe across the street.
なんだかな。まあ少し面白かったけど、しかしオデッセイの中にこの写真があった理由とか、シーナのいる場所の手がかりにはたどり着けなかったな。幽霊の正体見たり枯れ尾花、角度によってたまたまこの岩が人の形に見えただけだったとはな。お
Upon closer expansion of the rock, I noticed some etchings on it.
なんだこれ。
There are 3 rows of text, seemingly engraved by hand, though they were crudely written, perhaps done in a frantic manner.
今の安城って人もこれには気づいてなかったようだが、とりあえず取って保存しておくか。
Nothing clicked. I have seen a string of letters like this before, but where? It was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't for the life of me remember where I have seen them before. The inability to remember was driving me batty, but I finished checking the rock and decided to head home.
わかったぞ。岩に刻まれたこの文字列、オデッセイのバグった制御構文の一部と似てるんだ。ほら、ここだ。なんだよこれ、ほぼそのままじゃないか。何をやっても手も足も出なかったのに、試しにこの文字列をここに置き換えてみるとどうなる？消えた。嘘だろ。あのバグがきれいさっぱり消えやがった。
そうです。
さん、水梨さん、大丈夫ですか？
ああ、悪い。ぼーっとしてた。そうだ、シーナ。ずっと消せなかったバグがまた一つ消せたぞ。
本当ですか？
これでお前のサポートもやれることが増える。
水梨さん、ありがとうございます。
なんだよ、改まって。
なんだ
Sounded like someone was pounding on my window with enough force to break it open. I immediately drew the curtain back to check and saw the pane has been cracked. Then I poked my head I poked my head out timidly to check on the bedroom. Fuck, I know what this word is. I know this word is. I forgot how to pronounce it. Not balcony, that's something else. Wait, no, that's not how you pronounce it. I'm pronouncing it weirdly. Hold on. Not balcony. It's... Veranda? Wait, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Veranda? Really? I guess veranda is the word. I thought they will use something like balcony or porch. Alright. Not knowing who it might be behind this abrasive statement left me deeply unsettled.
何なんだよ一体。
I was being submerged into some kind of desperate insanity, one I couldn't explain. As I held my head to my hands, I noticed something particular. It seems like the window panel has been shattered into the shape of a spider's web. Ooh, how spooky, boys. Got some money for our troubles. Alright. Let's go back to Gamer World. Alright, we're gonna save. And then we're gonna do the conversations. Guys, look, we're camping. We're Mr. Enigma. Look at that. We're like a little bear. Now we can talk to everyone. Good day. At least I can say hello. I am aware that you know who I am, but my name is Replica. Call me whatever you like. I suspect that you will soon forget about me. Some would call it a cause for concern. Some. Enough about that. You might be wondering why I'm here, or why am I traveling with the others, aren't you? I mean, the others don't seem to recognize. I too am alarmed by their indifference. Something about this strikes me as odd. Have you any idea? You don't, do you? It's because you were the one who summoned me here, right? I should have known better than to expect an answer from you. Fine, so be it. You summoned me here to assess these measly fools in battle, is that correct? Don't worry, I won't stab them in the back. For now, that is. Be sure to speak with me now and then, so I won't change my mind. Good day. I'm pretty sure there's like dialogue with them in the first chapter. Did I miss it? Did I need to go somewhere else? I know I was gonna land on replica so she can bounce it, but
なんだろう。これは日記のようですね。想定が随分変わっていますが。
3 years diary.
嘘でしょ。なんでこれが。
どうした？
見てください、この表紙。
マジか。
Diary 2017. Hey, this game came out around 2018 to 2019. It's weird that there's a diary for 2017. Oh boy.
これって西暦ですよね。
ああ、
リリー、今って何年ですか？ハーティス歴期限アンドのミニ206年です。
一体何がどうなってるんだ？
その日記が何か差し支えなければ私にも教えていただけませんか？この日記なんですけど、本来ここにはないはずのもので。
待てシーナ、現実世界について話をするのはやめた方がいい。 NPC とはいえ AI で考えて動く疑似人間だ。話がどうこじれるかわからない。下手をすればゲームクリアどころかエンディングログアウトもできなくなるかもしれない。
わかりました。じゃあそれとなく濁してみます。さっき見つけた写真と同じで、この日記も私たちの故郷の技術で作られてるんですよ。なるほど、あなた方の故郷の文化はとても進んでいるのですね。そうなんです。でも閉鎖的なところなので外にはめったに出さないはずなんです。なのにどうしてこれがここに落ちていたのか不思議だなと思って。とりあえずこの話は置いておきましょう。今は王様の元に行くのが最優先です。行きましょう。
I wonder why we can't read the diary. Like, wouldn't there be like important information in it? Oh, there's a treasure chest. They may bounce, but
よし、このまま押し切れ。
Wait. Oops. Sorry, Sheena. I forgot her HP drain attack also hits her allies. Oh my god, sorry about that, Sheena. Oh man, you didn't get the level up. There you go. Have Mizu played the Gravity Rush games? I have. I played the first game back on PS Vita. I haven't played the PS4 remaster of it. I do want to play that one with you guys. Just to see how they change it up compared to, like, you know, playing the game on the Vita. I haven't played the second game though. I'm sad that the studio that made Gravity Rush got shut down. I blame Sony every day for that. Including Senran Kagura. They're the reasons why Senran Kagura is no longer, like, alive. Japan Studio, yeah, Sony shut them down. Japan Studio made so many good games. Like, legit, like, every game they make is, like, unique, and honestly, I think they're pretty great. But the fact that they shut down when Sony moved their gaming division to California, just it just sucks, man. Do you get the Gravity Rush 2 DLC before its potential delisting? I don't think I have because I never played the second game, so I didn't know there was DLC for it.
吹き飛べ。冷静になりましょう。
いつかまだいけるか。
惜しかったわ。
Fuck. I need to go back.
できました。できました。治療します。とはっ時期とまだまだ。倒れて任せて。よしっと。よしっと。はっせい吹き飛べ。終わりよ。
The Gravity Rush 2 DLC includes Fantasy Star Online 2 collab, 2B outfit, Arc of Time, Raven's Choice, and Dark Angel costume, and all of them are free. Oh, okay. I'll download them beforehand, before they get delisted, just to like keep them safe and whatnot. Wait, it's still alive? I thought it was dead. Last time I heard for the pricing for Gravity Rush Remastered, the US is the most expensive. Both Asian and European copies are cheaper. I mean, of course it's the US being expensive because that's just how the US pricing works. Like Reno, I feel like when it comes to buying like North American copies of games, especially for old games, they're just stupid expensive, like Jesus Christ.
作戦で行く。
行くよ。
準備 OK だ。
Wait, am I reading this right? Hold on. I kind of wish there's a button to let us like switch which floor we're at. Wait. Wait. Let me try to gather where I'm at. Left side. What's the shortcut for the first floor then?
ません。できました。できました。前へ。終わったようです。私の番。よしっと。よしっと。サポートすパワーアップです。あったれー。撃破。
任せろ。
誰を狙いにしよう。それやっうせるかす。まだまだ気持ちいい。楽しい殺害でした。殺す撃ちます。確認しますね。
Wait. Oh, this leads to the wildland.
撃ちます。生意気な。
Have you played Poison Control? I don't think I have. I don't think I heard of it. What is it about?
どうなっているのかしら。
Let's see. Star Elemental. They're weak against Sun. I don't have any Sun people.
誰を狙いにしよう。素晴らしく。手加減しません。できました。できました。できました。
Really? I can't talk to any of them yet? I thought there's an event where we can talk.
進みましょう。撃ちます。今です。誰を狙いましょう。やっ飛びなさい。そうね。もう一回。気持ちいい。あと私ができました。任せて。もう一つ。よしっと。よしっと。これで治って勝負。これから癒しの力。これで治ってどうなっているのかしら。誰を狙いましょう。やっそれうせろか任せて。殺しました。もっと殺してもよくてよ。もっと殺したい。撃ちます。奇襲成功。殺す。誰を狙いましょう。素晴らしく。あと私が。できました。大丈夫。ありがとう。治療します。ありがとう。集中します。ありがとう。私の番。よしっと。よしっと。いくよ。あったれー。倒した。できました。
It was a game from Nippon Ichi Software that was released a few years ago. It had uniqueness to it. Oh, that's awesome to hear. That's cool. I'm assuming since it's made by Nippon Ichi Software, it's probably like a tactics game, I assume.
誰を狙いましょう。素晴らしく。いきます。できました。治療します。ありがとう。大丈夫。ありがとう。集中します。ありがとう。任せて。おっおっおっ。よしっと。えいせい。あったれー。
準備 OK だ。シーナを頼む。この作戦で行く。
行きます。
シーナを頼む。
誰を狙いにしよう。それ目覚め気持ちいい。もっと殺してもよくレベルアップしました。はいはっ確認しますね。当たってこうしてもいいかしら。死ね。誰を狙いにしよう。それはっ飛びなさい。任せて。気持ちいい。できました。やっはっどう邪魔よ。やりましたね。やりましたね。
Did Mizu own any Hatsune Miku games? I played one of the Diva games on the PSP. But I haven't played any of the new ones in modern consoles.
は支配させてもらう。
私の番。効果パワーアップです。吹き飛べ。倒した。
Does Mizu own 7 Pirates H and Mugen Souls? Yes, I own the Switch versions. For both 7 Pirates and Mugen Souls 1. Well, Mugen Souls and Mugen Souls. Sorry, Mugen Souls and Mugen Souls Z. I own the Switch version of those 2 games. And 7 Pirates H. I also own Moe Crystal H as well. So I probably play those games with you guys someday. Especially 7 Pirates. I'm looking forward to that game because I remember playing it back on the PS Vita and I thought like, oh, this game is fun. I like the mechanics and such. It's a shame that it was like Japanese only for a very long time, but now there's an English release. It's on Switch, so thank God. I think this is good. Yeah, this is fine. Hold on. Let's see, did Mizu play Money Puzzle Exchanger or Magical Drop 3? Fuck, I need to cough something out. I don't know what Money Puzzle Exchanger is, but I do know what Magical Drop is. That's the one where the characters are based on tarot cards, yeah? That one. I played the one, I think it was like, I played the second game. I think that one, yeah, I played the second one. I didn't play the third one though.
配させてもらう。
誰を狙いましょう。飛びなさい。気持ちいい。楽しい作戦でしたわ。素敵な品ですね。当たって。チャンス無駄にはしません。誰を狙いましょう。
Yeah, that works.
それ。うせるか。気持ちいい。あと私が。できました。できました。直と倒れて。私の番。
この作戦でいく。
何これ。
順調そうだな。
無駄にしません。ないわ。できました。大丈夫。治療します。ありがとう。集中します。ありがとう。何か感じます。私の番。
準備 OK だ。
よしっと。それ。よっ。吹き飛べ。倒した。
Let's see. Money Puzzle Exchanger is a retro arcade game that has been ported to modern consoles, and it's similar to Magical Drop, where you shoot yen to other yen. Okay, so I know what you're talking about now in terms of like gameplay. Gotcha. But yeah, I don't think I ever played that game before. But I played Magical Drop. I did like it.
撃ちます。奇襲成功。死ぬ。
Oh, look at that. It's a big boy, guys. Look at that. It's a big boy. Oh, Jesus. Replica. Let it rip.
誰を狙いましょう。助けてあげる。何かしら。
ここは俺が何とかする。
気持ちいい。無駄にしません。
この作戦でいく。
任せて。
は支配させてもらう。
任せて。
準備 OK だ。油断するなよ。
誰を狙いましょう。やっ飛びなさい。気持ちいい。楽しいさ。それが大事です。当たって。確認しますね。
Where's the camp? Why is this so hard to do glitch mode?
"いらっしゃいませ。そうそうおよ、それではまた。
進みましょう。撃ちます。チャンスだよ。誰を狙いましょう。誰を狙いましょ
任せろ。
う。目覚め。気持ちいい。私が。
この場は支配させてもらう。
任せて。よしっと。せい。吹き飛べ。倒した。
シーナを頼む。敵を撃つ。
行きます。行きました。大丈夫。ありがとう。治療します。ありがとう。集中します。ありがとう。行くよ。
Finger. Let's see. Alright, that's it. Oh, what level is it? Yeah, 11. I think 11's a good level range for hard mode in this chapter. Alright. Have Misi played the following games? Trinity Universe, I have. Sengoku Basara. Wait, Basara. Yeah, I have. I played the PS2 games and also the dirt game on the Wii. I didn't play the extended version on PS3 yet. I want to. I heard they added like a lot of cool stuff in that one. Cross Edge, I have played that one. Aqua Plaza. Yeah, I played that fighting game based on like Aquaworks and also Leaf characters. I played that. Mamoru-kun Curse. I have not. Skullgirls. Oh my god. Skullgirls. Oh. Damn. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Fuck. Yes, I have played Skullgirls. I'm also aware of the reputation they got nowadays because of what the devs did. Oh my god, Skullgirls. Honestly, before all of that drama with Skullgirls, it was honestly it was such a fun fighting game. Like, yeah, it had fan service, but who gave a shit about that? Like, it's like Dead or Alive. Like, no one cared about the fan service. The fan service was just the icing on the cake. Everyone like enjoyed Dead or Alive because it was an actual fun fighting game. And there were so many cool customization parts of that game too. And such. And same case with Skullgirls. The game had a lot of fan service in it. It was just the icing on the cake, but it was such a fun fighting game. And there were so many cool things going for it, but god, the devs nowadays and also the fandom, they just suck so bad. Like, I have never seen such a such a game that had such a positive reception just go to absolute shit, like, in the future. Like, god damn. It's really sad. Like, it's absolutely sad to see. They changed so much of Skullgirls to the point that, like, the current devs, they call their old fans like weirdos and creeps. Like, they show literal zero respect to the people who were there from the start, who supported them and whatnot. They just insult them right in front of their face and like did all sorts of random shit and whatnot. Like, it's such a god awful thing, and like, it's so terrible. Like, yeah, I played Skullgirls. I played the first version of it. I didn't play, well, I did play a little bit of second encore. I did play a little bit of it, but I played the first one a lot. Hello. Hey, Mystery Synergy. How are ya? Welcome to the stream. I'm Final Mizu. I tend to play a lot of RPGs, more specifically from Japan. I'm currently playing Death End Request. I really like this game. I like the Death End Request games, even though I don't like it as much as Mary Skelter. That one has to be like my favorite series from Compound Heart. But Death End Request, not that bad. Pretty great. But yeah, welcome. How are you? Have you studied the Japanese language? I have indeed studied Japanese before, even though my knowledge of the language isn't professional. It's more like elementary level sort of thing. It's not enough for me to be fluent. Wait, do you play the games in your native language or with a fan patch if available? Alright, so if the game can be like, okay, if it's a Japanese game and there's an option to switch between English or Japanese, then I play the game in Japanese. Like language, like when they speak sort of thing, voices. But if it's only available in like one like language, like oh, they only speak English and like they only speak English if you were to play the English version, or oh, they only speak like Japanese voices despite the game being in English and such, then I'm just like, you know, stuck with whatever. But if it's like a game that's like purely in Japanese and such, I wouldn't really stream it with you guys because of my lack of skills. I will usually try to find if there's like if there's a fan patch that translates to English so I can stream it. But in my private time, I do try my best to play the game in the native language. If I'm not able to fully understand it, I just look for a fan patch afterwards, if it's available, of course. I need to play Mary Skelter eventually, but since I'm a person that try to get physical copies, I have to be lucky to find a copy of Mary Skelter 2 for Switch for a decent price since I live in the UK. Yo, I didn't know. Yeah. That's all. I mean, fuck, I don't know what to say because you're just talking about how you're trying to look for a copy of it. Alright, I'll word it like this. That's awesome that you're interested in trying Mary Skelter. I honestly love Mary Skelter quite a lot. I even made my stream. Like, when I started streaming, I literally streamed only Mary Skelter. Like, I literally streamed purely Mary Skelter. I streamed the first Mary Skelter game back on PS Vita. I honestly love the original version of Mary Skelter 1 a lot compared to the remake that came with the second game. And I won't talk about it too much because it's kind of like a long tangent of mine, so I'll save it for later. I played 2 on the Switch. I didn't play the PC version, nor I played the Japanese exclusive PS4 version. I played the Switch version since I have a physical copy for that one. 2, I like some of the changes they added. I just felt like they made the game too easy, even on the harder difficulties. And I didn't like the idea of people starting with the second game, because I think the second game, like, how I word it without going into too much detail, I feel like the second game suffers from a case where you need to be familiar with the characters in the world in order for the second game to do its magic. That's like my gripe with starting with Mary Skelter 2. It doesn't really make sense unless you know the world and the characters beforehand, because 2 actually greatly expands upon specific parts of the world and everything. That's like my biggest gripe with 2. Was the first version of Mary Skelter 1 different in some ways to the remake, like design and stuff? Yeah, it's radically different. Well, I'll point out like the obvious ones. So the map sizes compared from the original to the remake is like humongous. For example, in the original version of Mary Skelter 1, all of the maps are like 40 by 40. In the remake, they changed it to 20 by 20. And such, so they effectively cut the original map designs in half in the remake. But the thing is that in the original Mary Skelter 1, despite the huge map sizes, there wasn't a lot of floors you have to go through to complete a dungeon. Most dungeons are like 3 to 4 like floors long. It's not that long. It's like up to like it's from 3 to 4 floors. In the remake, because of the floors being smaller, they bump it up to like 5 to 7, like around that range. And such, and that's like one major difference mystery. The other difference is how class changing works, I'm like losing my track of thought. Hold on. Like another change they did was like how classes work, like how you change from one class to another. Another one was like the calculations for how skill damage works and also how crit works. Because the way how you do criticals in the original first game is like, it's different from the remake. The remake's crit system is based more on the second game's crit system rather than the first game's crit system. And such. And like, they even changed like the cooldown period for certain skills as well from original to the remake. Not only that, but even like the balancing with the enemies, because in the original I felt like they balanced the encounters pretty well with the huge map designs. It doesn't feel like the game gives you too many encounters nor gives you too little of them. It's like a right amount. But the remake, on the other hand, they forgot to balance the encounters around it, so because of that you end up not getting that many encounters, and when you do get an encounter, they're not built around the point that you should face them, sort of thing. Like if you go from like floor 1 to floor 2, for some reason there's just a huge spike in difficulty because they forgot to balance like Oh yeah, since, you know, back in the original, they slowly introduce you to the stronger enemies. It doesn't feel like, oh man, this is like a huge spike in difficulty. You're like, no, I feel well prepared because the previous battles let me gain some experience, maybe some new items, more money to buy, you know, more stuff. So when you get from floor 1 to 2 in the original, it doesn't feel like a huge jump from like easy to hard. It just feels like, oh, this is just normal. This feels fine. And such. The remake is a different story where you're like, oh man, I'm just killing everything so quickly and whatnot. And then you go to floor 2 and everything just starts killing you because they just plop in the stronger variations from the start. And whatnot. So like, yeah, it's so weird because there's some good things that the remake did. Like they gave it some nice quality life improvement parts in terms of like how you grind specific things, but they also made changes that I just think were extremely dumb, like the map sizes and how they didn't balance the encounters around it. They changed how affection grinding works, which the best way I can summarize that without going into too much detail mystery is basically you get along with the girls and there's like a heart meter. The more you get along with them, the more events you get with them, which leads to them learning new skills. So in the original game, there are ways for you to increase this. One of them is through like exploring with the girls and like, you know, helping them out while you're exploring. The other one is finding gifts in the dungeons and you give them to the girls. If you happen to give them their favorite gift, you get a lot in their heart bar. So in the original, it only takes roughly 40 of their favorite items to go from, you know, from 0% to 100% for the heart bar. But they changed that in the remake, where you need, I kid you not, I have to count this. You need 85 of their favorite items to go from 0% to 100 in the remake. And if you're like, is there a better way to grind affection in the remake? Kind of, but you're still gonna be using the items in the end because it's a lot more effective because they are pretty cheap to get and find, of course. But like, still, like, Jesus, and whatnot. But yeah, there's like all sorts of changes that the remake did that I could literally make like a YouTube video on, but I'm too lazy to make it right now. But if you guys are ever interested in me just like talking about the differences of like Mary Sculpture 1 original to the remake, I'm willing to like make an entire stream based on it. You just have to ask politely and such. But like, yeah. And everything. But like, yeah, that's all I have to say. Mystery, like there's some things that the remake does nicely. And I think what the remake did nicely was okay, I kind of need to talk about this a little bit because of this is like the important reason why people suggest you play the remake and such. So they extended the post-game dungeon in the remake because in the original, the post-game dungeon was notorious for being like literally you need to be dedicated to dungeon crawling to do it. So the post-game dungeon in the original, it's only like 3 floors long and you're like, okay, it's only 3 floors, how is it that bad? They're 100 by 100 and whatnot. Like, it's literally 100 by 100 like the floor is like 100 by 100. They change, like I said in the remake, they changed it to like being 8 floors long, but each floor is like 20 by 20. And if you're wondering like, is there a reason to do the post-game dungeon? There is, because they extended the post-game dungeon to have a second part in it. And if you were to finish that second part, you unlock the golden ending of the remake, which, without going into too much detail or accidentally spoiling things, this golden ending will set up the events for finale and such. So there's an incentive to do the post-game dungeon of the remake. Because in the original post-game dungeon, it was designed for purely the challenge. And there was a cool ending at the end of it. But a lot of people argue that it's not really worth it because of how long it takes to do it. I would say it's kind of worth it because I'm that type of person that does like 100% runs of games. But yeah, that's like the interesting thing about the remake. And there is some funny things about the post-game dungeon without going into details because I don't want to spoil it, but the way you unlock it in the remake requires two things. All right, so without going into detail, you need to get the good ending of the first game, and you need to get the true ending of the second game. If you were to fill those requirements, you unlock the post-game dungeon for the remake and such. Why is that the case? I'm not gonna talk about it because that's like major spoiler stuff, and I'd rather keep it under the tights because it seems like you're very interested in the game mystery, so I'd rather not talk about anything revolving around the story and such. Because it's honest, like, I'll tell you this mystery. Mary Sculpture is one of those games that I feel like if you go in it completely blind, it's honestly a fantastic experience. Like, you go in it blind, you don't know anything about the story. The only thing you know about is just the world and the character. If you go into it blind, just with those small pieces of knowledge, Mary Sculpture is honestly like a very great series from Compile Heart. And I'm not even getting started with the prequel novels. Like, the prequel novels are so good. I love the prequel novels of Mary Sculpture a lot. And like Mystery, since you told me you bought the limited edition for Finale, that limited edition comes with all 3 prequel novels of all the Mary Sculpture games. And if you're wondering, like, oh, what does the prequel novels do? They give you a lot more additional context of past events that are mentioned in the game. And I think they do a very great job at the world building aspect. Like, because of them expanding on previous events, you're given a more clearer picture of how I describe it. You're given a more clearer picture of like what's going on in the world of Mary Sculpture. I feel that the prequel novels do a very excellent job in that regard and such. When do I suggest reading them? Well, it depends on which prequel novel you're asking me about. I would say for the first game's prequel novel, I suggest reading that one after you beat the first game, because there's some things in the prequel novel that kind of doesn't do a good job at foreshadowing what happens at the end of the first game, and I feel like if you were to read the prequel novel, it would ruin the plot twist at the end. So I suggest reading the prequel novel for the first game after you beat it. For the second game, that's completely different. For the second game, I would argue you could read that one after you get to the halfway point of the game. This is because the prequel novel only covers events that were mentioned from the first half of the game and such. So because of that, that one is completely safe to read after you get to the second half of Mary Sculpture 2. For Mary Sculpture Finale's prequel novel, that one, I recommend reading it after you beat Finale, because Finale does kind of spoil like specific plot points that Finale wanted to build up to, so it's recommended to read the prequel novel of that one after you beat Finale and whatnot. But like, yeah, oh yeah, that's why I enjoyed Death End Request 2 so much. Going in blind was great. Yeah, Death End Request 2 and also 1, it's so good going in blind. Like, those games are really great to go blind in. Like, you just trying to uncover what the mystery, and also seeing how the world gets like developed as the story goes on. Like, it's honestly great. It's like a legit like great thing. Same case with Mary Skelter, even though I debate whether or not which game is best to start with. Oh yeah, Reno, since you mentioned like the European like PlayStation Network stuff, yeah, I feel bad for them. I feel bad at the fact that you need to do like a bunch of privacy stuff just to make an account. That's like god fucking awful. Like, no one should like literally show all their private information just to make an account. Like, no one should ever do that. Ever. Especially like one for gaming. Absolutely sucks balls. Like, for real. I think Death End Request 2 was also my first limited edition. That bag was too good to pass out. Yeah, I did saw the limited edition for Death End Request 2. It was, yeah, that looked cool. Kind of wish I bought it, but I'm fine with owning the Switch version, which that's how I played Death End Request 2. This one is a story event. I need to save. Well, no, I could. Yeah, no. I already saved already. I'm excited for Death End Request Code Z. Yeah, I'm excited too. I want to play that game. I know it's gonna get released in Japan this September, and I'm hoping that the English they will announce an English version like a little bit like early in the year. Like, it's like gonna come out next year, like somewhere early next year. I hope they do that because I really want to play that game and stream it and such. I mean, I could technically play the game in Japanese, but like I said, I don't think my Japanese is good enough for me to like, you know, stream it with you all. Do you have a lot of physical games, or on the top of your head, how many? Too many to count mystery, because I have a lot of games, especially from like the PS2 and DS and 3DS. Well, also PSP era as well. Also Wii, I forgot that. So, I don't know how to like count because I have too many. I think it's like at the triple digits range. So I own in other words, I own a lot of physical games is what I'm trying to like point out. To the point that it's in like the triple digit part. I don't know how much exactly, but I remember counting 100 at one point. And there were games that either I bought when I was young to like, they were gifts from, you know, friends or family whenever they're like, oh, hey, I found this random game. Hey, music, do you want it? And such. And I'm like, oh, sure, I don't mind having it. But yeah, guys, we're gonna do a death end right now, where we need to leave the drone room. Wait, what? No. Wait, what? No. Wait, I thought this was the death end. We had to like... Hold on. Yeah, we had to approach the door. See that cutscene. And then we had to make a U-turn. Why didn't it trigger? Hold on. That's weird. Am I mixing up the event? Because the map is telling me I have to go through it, but it's not unlocking. So I'm assuming I need to go back to reality and touch grass. I think I maybe have 300 between my PS4/PS5 and Switch. Yo, you have 300 games? That's awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that's awesome. Alright, looks like we had to go to reality, guys. We need to go touch grass. Alright.
もしもし新あんた一体何したの？もしもし新あんた一体何したの？もしもし新あんた一体何したの？
I don't own older consoles anymore, so I usually emulate them if I can. Aw. That's kind of... I mean, that's cool that you're still able to play them through emulation, but it's kind of sad that you don't own the old consoles anymore. I still have my old consoles. I literally babied them. I made sure that they're still alive and such.
また寝落ちしてたのか。目覚ましかけといて正解だったな。あいつ大丈夫かな。ちょっと覗いてみるか。
シーナ、報告だ。
水無さん。
こっちの調査、まあまあ進んでるぞ。俺がお前の居場所を探し当てるのが早いか、お前がエンディングログアウトするのが早いかってところだな。
頼りにしてます、水出さん。
あ、そっちは変わりないか。
今のところ大丈夫です。少しスカートがスースーするくらいで。
See, Gina was on screen and she grabbed the edge of her skirt and began waving. See, it's more like a money issue these days. Retro market is yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I will never get used to the fact that if you want to get the dot hack games, like the original 4 game, you have to pay like, I don't know, like 300 or something? Like you had to pay a lot of money, especially for like the last volume quarantine. That's like one of the examples of like people trying to get dot hack, like the dot hack games on PS2. I looked at Mary Skelter for PSV at 150. Yeah, it's literally 150. Like legit. I'm so glad that I actually, no, I'm not glad that... No. That's something else. Honestly, I remember seeing the price, and I went like, yeah, I'd rather just buy it digitally. I just bought a digital copy of the game. I do own I do own a physical copy of the Japanese version of the game, more specifically the limited edition. I mean, I know those ones are cheap to get, but like, I'm glad I own a physical like copy of Mary Skelter. Granted, it's in Japanese, but I'm still able to understand it because I recognize most of the kanji that they use in it. Also, I need to do like... I noticed that my controller's about to die, so let me go find my charger. Have you played Utaware Mono before? I only played the first game, and I think it was like Yeah, I only played the first. Sorry, I need a burp. Hold on. Yeah, I played the first game. I didn't play the new ones. I recommend it. Literally one of my favorite series out there. That's good to hear. I mean, I did enjoy the first game quite a lot.
何ですか？
中身見せてくれないか。
はい？
さっき拾った変なアイテムがあったの。2017年の日記。あれの中身が見たいんだ。心霊写真もそうだったが、調べると色々と変なんだよ。こっちでも気味の悪いことが起こったりしてな。だから日記も調べようと。聞いてるか？
綱さん、紛らわしい言い方をするのやめてもらえませんか？
何怒ってんだよ。
日記が見たいんですよね。はい、どうぞ。
For some reason, a gentle blush appeared on Sheena's cheeks, which she had pouted as she held the diary open for me. Wait, I'm debating on buying the limited edition of this as it's still in stock on the Ideal Factory store. Like for this game? Or for like, Utaware Rumono. Oh, yeah, okay. If you think it's a good price, then yeah, go for it. Like, if you honestly think it's a good price for a limited edition of this game, like, yeah, go do it. Like, you should buy it if you have the money for it. If you don't think so, then like, you know, you can just wait for there to be like discount or something. But if you think like, hey, I think it's a good deal, I like this game a lot, I want to buy the limited edition for it, then go ahead, brother, do it.
わかりました。
あいつなんでむくれてたんだ。まあいいか。さてと。
I began looking through the pages of the diary, reading the handwritten text as one normally would. But as I flipped through the diary, its contents were becoming more and more unusual.
まるで怪文書だな。
Have you bought any recent games? I bought Class of Heroes 1 and 2 collection. That's like a game I bought recently. That was last week though. I haven't bought anything new ever since. I bought the physical copy, Switch version to be more precise. 2 games in 1 cartridge. Awesome. I could technically like show the game, like not show and fuck. What am I trying to think? I can show pictures of it. I need to plug my phone in. Hold on. They're coming. They're coming. The window's broken. There's no light. I've been holding my breath. How did it know I was here? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Come. 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 Don't open the door. Don't open the door. Please. Don't open it. Don't open it. I'll kill you. Tokyo Sagami City. Takaikawa Town. 239 Akaki Apartments. 204 Shuzo Mora. Wait. Shu. Shuzo Kitamura.
気持ち悪いな。オカルト的な表現ってのはどうも。
These scribbles are weird as hell. Really? That's your only comment? The diary literally kept saying come. Like constantly coming. It's like coming.
最後のこれ、住所だよな。実在するアパートなのか。
Let's see. I have that on my wish list. Oh, neat. All right. I want to like show the game thing. Hold on. Let's see. This journal that has been steamily generated inside World's Odyssey had an address written from our world, so I look it up. To my surprise. All right. I'm gonna do a quick BRB so I can get my wire to plug my phone in, so I can extract the photo. Hold on. Where is it? God, I have way too many photos on my phone. Hold on. Alright, I think I found it. Question mark. Yeah, big question mark. I think I found it. Hold on. Alright. I can show it now. No. That's the back. My bad. My bad, guys. Hold on. That's the back. Alright. Front. There you go. Physical copy. So this is the front. This is the back. And this is the inside. I apologize if it's like flipped, so let me flip it to an angle that's easy for you guys. Hold on. Why can't I flip it? Hold on. That's weird. Can I flip it now? No, I cannot. That's weird. The setting will not let me flip it. Nope. Fuck. No! Wait. Fuck. Oh my god. Alright, there you go. That's what the inside looks like. We have the actual game. We have reverse cover. There, I said it correctly. Let's see, on the right, that's for the first game. The left is for the second game. Yeah, that's all. Neato. Alright. Guess I'm done showing that off. So let's change that photo back. Change it back to my BRB screen that I showed. Where is that picture? There we go. Back to the game. Oh man, now I'm glad I got the Finale Limited Edition. It contains all the soundtrack, which I now like to buy because music is... Yeah, Mary Skelter music is fucking great. Absolute god tier music. Like, they went all out with the music of Mary Skelter, and it's great. I love every single track in the... Well, almost every single track in the game. There's some that I feel passive towards, but like... But even still, it's still solid sort of thing. Like, every music in Mary Skelter is just absolute god tier. Absolute. Aldil Factory music is such a mood for me. Yeah, like, you gotta get them props. Like, yeah, some Compile Heart games, they're not the best in the world. Let's all admit, like, Compile Heart games are mostly, I wouldn't call them garbage. They're mostly like... They're like B-movie type of quality. You know, the type of B-movie that you know is not the best in the world, but it's still fun to goof around with and have fun with. And such. That's how I personally view Compile Heart games. They're just B-movie flicks. Like, the best kind. And such. But like, yeah, the music for like all their games, absolute, like... Poggers, like, absolutely fantastic. Mary Skelter has to be like my favorite like series like soundtrack in general. Like, every single Mary Skelter game has great music. Doesn't matter. They're all like equally great in my eyes. Absolute god tier. Do you think you'll get Twitch wait, fuck. Let me read that. Do you think you'll get Twitch ad monetization this year? Are you talking about being an affiliate or something? If that's the case, I already met that requirement like a while ago. But I didn't do it because I'm not a, how would I describe it? I don't want to be affiliate because I think it might force me to limit the type of games I want to stream, because I remember hearing stories about like certain games not being available to stream with some people when they enter affiliate because of like, I don't know, Twitch decided to change the rules for some reason, or maybe because of them entering affiliate, they end up getting more eyes on them, and it kind of causes, you know, them to like, I don't know, restrict the type of things they want to do and such. I know that's not the case for like every single person, but I heard stories about it, and it kind of made me go like, yeah, I don't have any interest in becoming affiliate and such. I want to stream the games that I want to stream. Yeah, I know they made some mediocre stuff like the Idol one and Dark Rose. I mean, I thought Dark Rose was okay. Interesting concept and idea. I did feel like everything else was a little too rushed for my liking. The Idol one, that one has such great music. It has some cool concepts and such, but I felt like the requirements of getting the true end was a little bit on the, I didn't expect them to make me do stuff like that. For it, like I think that's like the only thing that holds back, Omega Quintet. That's the Idol one's name, Omega Quintet. Like, I think that was like the only thing to hold it back was like the requirements of you doing the true ending. Like, everything else about the game I thought was neato, especially like the mechanics, like harmonizing and like fully putting on a concert and like the benefits you get from it and such. Like, I thought that was like some, like, that's honestly like a really cool mechanic that Omega Quintet did, which I kind of wish some games would do, like aesthetic wise, because the only time I think of like an idol like RPG is either Omega Quintet, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, and Blue Reflection. Those are like the only times I think of when it comes to like, oh yeah, a RPG that's like heavily, like, that has a heavy emphasis on like idol pop culture sort of thing, you know, aesthetic sort of thing, which is, oh my god. It's kind of sad that I can only think of 3 examples, and those are like the only 3 examples. If not affiliate, will you set up something like a Ko-fi? I mean, I could technically. I'm not really looking for a way to earn money, to be honest, through streaming. But I don't know. I honestly don't know. If I do want to make streaming as like a way to earn, I guess, additional income, then maybe I might set up something like a coffee like you said, Reno, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I don't really feel like monetizing my streaming yet. I wish the upcoming Neptunia Rebirth trilogy had a Western physical copy for Switch, but that's just where the industry is. Yeah, I absolutely hate buying digital copies. I want my physical copy, dude. Like, I just wanna physically own the game with the manual and everything. I miss manuals. Manuals were awesome. But no, we had to go fully digital and buy things online because it's more convenient and it's like like cloud stuff and whatnot. Like, God, man, I just want my physical copy. Let's see, the address location was approximately 10 minutes away from my apartment by bus. The rush of adrenaline made me sick to my stomach, but the picture of the park came to mind. There was no telling what I would find, but if it brought me closer to solving what was going on, I have to make the trip.
この建物だ。榊共同アパート。
Speaking of Blue Reflection, Blue Reflection music is so good. Like, no joke. it's overall solid. And I just dropped my phone. Hold on, I need to go look for my phone. But yeah, like I said, Blue Reflection music, it's so good. Holy moly, it's awesome. I legit listen to the battle music of Blue Reflection kind of daily, along with Mary Skelter music. Like it, the I'm a like the music of Blue Reflection is like, it just has like this nice like J-pop feel to it. I really enjoy it a lot. From the outside, it looked no younger than 60 years. Fuck, I read that too slow. Hold on. Sorry. From the outside, it looked no younger than 60 years old, and I was afraid that it would collapse before I could take a look around. Let's see. Behind the front gate was a small courtyard leading to the apartment's main entrance. The door was decorated with six heavy glass window panels and an old wood handle in the center of it. I tried grabbing the handle. And with that, I have now both added Blue Reflection games to buy the soundtrack from. Oh, nice. Awesome. All digital age. The times I buy digital is when the game have an limited runs game type release. The game have no physical copies. The game is PC only, including R18 games. Playing the games online includes fighting games and maybe when physical is out of print and expensive. Yeah. Like, I get the appeal of the digital age, but I'd rather just own my games physically. I actually like the feeling of holding the game, getting up, inserting the game, seeing like the loading screen of the company load and whatnot. Well, it depends on the console, of course. And everything. I honestly love that feeling. But when you buy things digitally, you just like kind of sit there, juggle with your controller a little bit, and then boom, there's the game. Instead of like getting up, inserting the disc or changing the disc if you're playing like a PS1 game, and like going back to your seat and just be excited when the game, like when the company logo like boots up and shit, and you hear like some ominous noise and such. Like, let's be real, honestly, I felt like back then with like old consoles, when they like boot up the game and such, when you insert the disc, they always make this sound that kind of gets me on my, like, that kind of puts me on the edge sort of thing. Like, it kind of spooks me a little bit. Granted, I was young at the time, so like, you know, kid me was a little bit of a scaredy cat, but like, I still kind of have that feeling nowadays when I go back and play old games. It's like, ooh, the feeling of like hearing the sound, like, you know, getting ready to load the game and such. Like, it's just, I don't know, kind of makes you a little hype sometimes. Honestly, when limited run games get their hands on stuff, I'm just saddened. Yeah. It's honestly sad because like in the like the name implies, they only have like a limited amount of copies of the game, and they usually sell off pretty quick, sell out pretty quickly.
そうだ。終わったら扉だけ閉めておいてく
And
だ
it's
さい。
like very hard to get your hands on and everything. It's really sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's really sad to see.
いろいろありがとうございました。
Real Reflection is now a very expensive game to get physically. It's crazy how fast it went up in price. It is. Like, some physical games, I'm honestly flabbergasted at how quickly they just crank up the pricing. It's like ridiculous sometims.
ずいぶん暗いアパートだな。電気が通ってて助かった。204号室ってことは。
I was lucky to get it back when it was like $20 to $30. Yeah. I remember some games I bought a long time ago where they used to be like you said, like around $20 to $30 back on like when the PS2 was still relatively new at the time. Only for like a few years later, it just jacks up to like 100 pricing, and I literally sat there and went like, wow, there were so many copies of the game when I bought it in like my game store. How did it went from like $20 to like an arm and a leg? Like, Jesus. Paper blinds were taped over the windows, leaving the room dim and vacant. The air was stagnated. Electing a wrench from me before I cover my nose with my sleeve. Crank up the price because it's Koei Tecmo. Yeah, Koei Tecmo, like, they do crank up the price of their games most of the time with the physical copies. Like, I'm still, like, flabbergasted that if you want to get a physical copy of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach, the volleyball game, Beach Dree Scarlet, I think like the normal pricing for that was like, I think it was like $60 or $70 sometimes. Even though the game came out like way long ago, but like you can still buy new copies nowadays, but the pricing is still around that range. I was like, wait, what? Really? It's still like 60 to $70. I thought they would like lower it down to like 40 or something. But yeah, there was a prevalent scent of mildew on account of a leak in the ceiling. Which Dead or Alive game is it? It's the extreme volleyball beach Scarlet game. Fuck, hold on. Let me look it up. Like, my memory is god awful. Hold on. Dead or Alive. Extreme beach volleyball. Where is it? Where's it? Scarlet. Yeah, Scarlet. Found it. Yeah. Okay, so it's Dead or Alive Extreme Dree Scarlet. I remember it was like, I remember the last time I checked the price, it was like $69. So I don't know if they changed the pricing now, but I remember that was the price at the time I checked it out a while ago. So who knows? Also, I'm still sad that like Etrian Odyssey Origins Collection is still $70. Like, dude, I want to play Etrian Odyssey physically on my Switch. I'm not spending $70 for it. And the fact that the fact that yes, is English support, is an Asian copy, like, yeah, that's awesome and whatnot. But damn it, Atlas, like, give me a physical English release, a physical US or UK release. Like, just give me any of those. I don't want to download the game digitally. I want to own the game physically and relive my childhood of playing the DS or something. But like, yeah, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. It doesn't do justice with Koei Tecmo prices on Steam and digital console stores when it's on sale, excluding PlayStation hit titles. Yeah, it doesn't. My face and hands felt sticky from the humidity, which only made me more uncomfortable.
電気をつけたら部屋中血の海なんてことにならなくてよかった。
Like I expect. Oh fuck, my bad. As I expected, all of the previous trainees' furniture has been cleared from inside the apartment. It's eerily empty.
おかえり。
今誰かの声がしたような。外の声か。
A sudden chill crawled down my spine. I thought for a second that I picked up a whiff of blood inside the stale, lukewarm worm.
嫌な感じだな。さっさと写真を撮って帰ろう。なんだ。明かりが。蛍光灯が切れたのか。さっきまでついてたのに。いや、待てよ。これって。
Despite my panic, I somehow managed to pull up the screenshots I've taken from the diary to double check what was written. Sega pulled a similar move with Yakuza / Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Yeah, that's true. Actually, Etrian Odyssey for Switch, well, at least for me, on eBay is $60. That's a steal for 3 games in a single. Bruh, lucky. I wish I can find deals like that. Most of the time, my deals are like, I had to pay $70. Like, even if I check in eBay, they're like, oh, you need to pay $70 for the Asian copy because that's the one that's English support. Because every time I look for like a low copy of the game, it turns out to be the Japanese version, which has no English support and such. So like, yeah, people are like, oh, I want to play Etrian Odyssey collection on the Switch. There's like, which version that I get that has English support? You need to find the Asian copy. The Asian copy is English support. Japanese copy is not. And I noticed that the Japanese copy tends to be a lot more cheaper than the Asian copy. I'm assuming it's because they know that us English speakers really want it. Us English speakers really want it. So they're gonna jack up the price. Let's see. It's the one with a 12 in it. Alright. Okay, I need to double check this. Is it 12 plus? Is there like a plus on it? Like, there's a 12 and then there's a plus sign. I just need to double... Yes. Alright, so that is the Asian copy, which has English support. So you lucked out, my man. You completely lucked out. That is the Asian version. That is the Asian version and has English support. So that means you can play those games in complete English. Hold on, the Korean version has English as well. I don't know if the Korean version has it. Let me double check. Because I remember the Asian copy has it. Not sure about Korean. Let me see if it does. give me a proper listing. Let me check. Yeah. The Korean version also has English support too. Yeah, there you go. You have like you have 2 versions of Etrian Odyssey Collection that has English support. Asian and Korean. Because Blue Reflection had censorship on the Western release, and the sequel had something missing compared to the Japanese version of the first game. Yeah, I am aware of like the censorship of Blue Reflection for like both the first game and the second game. Honestly, it's really a shame because I don't really like games being altered when they get like a Western release. I'd rather have the game be in its original state because I'm just one of those type of people that just rather have the original product than any alterations whatsoever. Like, it doesn't even matter like their reasonings for altering the product. I just want the original product in a language that I can actually understand it in. I don't want any changes. I don't want them to like try to justify said changes either. I just want none of it. I just want the original thing in a language that I can understand it. Also, let me save since this is a death end we can get. I can't run away from this. I fought off any doubt echoing in my mind, and I reached out towards the shadow. In the next moment, I saw it. I became the shadow like thing, and in turn, it became me, smiling as it left the apartment. There is no one that could save me from this fate. Oh, there we go, guys. We got a death end. We got killed. We got turned into a shadow being. Wait. Oh, sorry. I thought the game didn't plot me into the right spot. My bad. Run for it.
殺されるぞ殺されるぞ殺されるぞ殺されるぞ
なんだ今の声うわー聞いた確かに聞いた今のは人の声だ
Let's see. I jump out of the room, sprinting down the hallway and tripping with nearly every step. Let's see. It's crazy to think how Stellar Blade gets hit with censorship and the internet goes crazy, but for other games they don't. I think it's because the developers for Stellar Blade, they were very adamant in trying their best to not get the game censored when it came to releasing the game to the West. Like, they were absolutely trying their best to make sure that Sony does not make any alterations of the product. And a lot of people were like commending them for like being open about it. They're like, yeah, like they're just trying their absolute best and such. I think that's the reason why the internet went crazy when there was news that Stellar Blade got censorship. It was because the developers for the game, they publicly announced like, hey, we want this game to be unaltered, and we're gonna try our best to make sure it doesn't. But unfortunately, you know, they end up getting hit by the censor hammer, and a lot of people are like, well, that's unfair because like, you know, the devs really wanted this game not to get altered through any way any way necessarily, like through any way and such. But for other games, we don't really hear much of it because, like, you know, some of them are not vocal about it. Is either that or how would I word it? It's either that or a lot of people just don't know about those games, and even if you do know about the game, there's only like a small few that would just care. And it's very a shame because I honestly feel that a lot of games that get hit with the censor hammer, they don't deserve it. I generally believe that any game doesn't deserve to get hit by the censor hammer. Like, if the devs want this game to be the way they want it, then let them. Like, I don't think it's a good idea to be like, oh, you can't have this, or you need to make this small change because I say so and whatnot. Like, to me, it's dumb. Like, to me, it's dumb that there are people who are very vocal about like, oh, the censorship is good because they add like this weird small detail on this like ding that makes it better. And I'm like, dude, if it's such a small deal, then why change it to begin with? Like, why go through the effort and time and money to like force a change that is so minuscule that no one's gonna notice? Like, what's the point in like forcing a censorship like that? You might as well just let the original ding come out the way it is. And that's how I personally feel about it. It's like, yeah, these people are kind of dumb for that reason for that. Let's see, what are about that? Although it's mostly small things, there's plenty of fan service in the game. I mean, true, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Like, if you like a game enough that you recognize what the game was like before the censorship, any small changes to the design might be enough to make you go like, yeah, I don't like this alteration and such. I think it doesn't mesh well with the original design and such. Like, that's honestly how I feel when it comes to like alterations and character designs. Like, if you're used to the uncensored version, and when they made a censored version, you think it doesn't look good. Well, actually, yeah, you think it doesn't look good because you're like, oh, I like the original more, and I don't think the censored version looks good because they add this like detail that doesn't mesh well with the original design. So I think that, I remember like I felt that way when it came to Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Like, I saw the original Japanese designs for the outfits first, and I remember, and I like it a lot. And when it was released in English and I saw the alterations to it, I was like, well, that's dumb. Why did they change it? The original outfit was fine for what it was. Like, why would they add this like random thing that just ruins it? And when don't get me started with like how they changed the wedding dress. Oh my god, I got so angry at how the Western version of Tokyo Mirage Sessions changed the wedding dress. Like, the original Japanese design for it was already beautiful. It was good. Like, I love wedding dresses. If you ask me, those are like, they are extremely pretty. To the point that you shouldn't like do anything to them. Like, you shouldn't change it a lot. A lot. And I know there's like different designs for wedding dresses, but I'm saying like in general, don't alter the dress because, you know, they're already beautiful and great to begin with. Don't like add any additional changes, sort of thing. And when I saw how the English version of the wedding dress looked, and how much of a crappy job they did with like, you know, changing it and such, I honestly got extremely mad at it because I'm like, dude, you ruined a wedding dress. How the fuck do you ruin a wedding dress? And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's like one thing I so yeah, that's like one case where I actually got really angry when it came to an alteration of an outfit. But like, yeah, let's see what you guys wrote down. I didn't see the OG costumes, so I wasn't affected much. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you are used to the original design and you saw the changes, then like, yeah, you would be on the camp of, yeah, no censorship and such. But if you didn't, then you wouldn't really care that much. It's kind of a, how would you describe it? It's kind of like if you were there from the start sort of thing, then you would like care for that massive change in the outfits. But if you weren't there from the start, then like you wouldn't really care too much about it. Sort of scenario. Like, I don't know.
おや、もういいのですか？
はい、ありが失礼します。
Without a doubt, in my mind, I saw it. When I jumped out of the room, I saw it lurking in the corner. The human-shaped shadow, like a black mist, hunched over and glared back at me. Let's see. I ran back home and immediately sat at my computer. I tried looking up any articles related to the murders at Saki apartments, but it was just the photo of... it was just like the photo of Yamabushi Park. Oh, have you played The Lost Child? I have played it. I thought it was cool. That's kind of it. Like, I just thought it was a cool game. I didn't really think too much of it afterwards. I was like, yeah, this is a fun game. I like it. It was cool. However, it wasn't until afterwards that I have been confronted with something even more terrifying. When I looked back at the photo that I had quickly snapped, I found another mysterious string of letters. The two worlds were now bleeding into one another. A tangled web of insanity that was engrossing every aspect of my life. Its tendrils were spreading, infiltrating my reality to an extent that I could control. Oh wow, the Switch copy of that game is crazy expensive. It is? Okay, I wanna place my bets. I bet it's like $80. I bet it's $80 at minimal. Just over that by 84. Damn, okay, I was close. I was honestly close. You gotta give me props for that. I was actually close. Yeah, you were close. Yep. Oh yeah, since we got the death end, that means we can go get new items here. I honestly love this detail of death end requests. When you go to the episode chart, they give you like a summary of what you did in said chapter. And if you press like confirm, you get items from it. Especially if you did like death end. Especially if you get the death end and such. Like that's honestly like the best part of Death and Request. You get so many cool like stuff from it. Strange Diary. I don't know. Like, the attack arena is good. Same thing with the Pickle Bone. I guess we can give it to Replica since a lot of her skills require HP. Another aspect of Ideal Factory is their sound design. Does a good job at unsettling you. That is true. Like, when it comes to their more like, I would say horror-themed games, the sound design for them are pretty solid. Different Request 2 had one scene where it works too well. Yeah, I remember 2. Honestly, 2 did a really great job with the horror aspects of the game. I have to admit, like, 2 did a really good job at it. Even though I think 2 is, like, not as good as the first game in terms of, like, story. But it was still pretty all solid. I thought the horror vibes of the second game was really great compared to the first game. Even though the first game wasn't, like, that bad in that aspect. Oh, whatnot. But everything else, well, I did like the pinball physics in 2. I thought the pinball physics in that game was awesome, but outside of that, I thought 2 was, like, it was kind of okay compared to the first game, to be honest. But I still liked 2. 2 was still, like, overall solid game. I found 2's story much better than 1's. Maybe it's because of the small scale. I mean, yeah, I did like some parts of the story. I just felt like, I don't know. I felt like some parts of it I seen before. And I just thought, I guess I'll put it like this. I felt like the first few chapters were just okay at best, to be honest. The rest of the chapters were good, but I didn't like how short the game was. Like, the fact that Death End Request 2 only takes like 20 hours to complete is like really saying something. And whatnot. But I did like the mystery of the second game, but I don't know. I kind of like unraveling things more in the first game. I felt like, despite the scale of the first game being like big and such, I felt like it did a decent job at like showing the mystery and like you uncovering it and such. I hope Code Z has a good story as well. Yeah. Honestly, like, the fact that there was rumors going on that Code Z is gonna have like 100 like death ends and such, honestly makes me wonder how the story is gonna get handled. Like, is the story gonna be short like the second game, or is it gonna be on the long side like in the first game?
何してる？リリーの後を追うんだ。
はい。扉がそんな。リリー、開けてください。
Yay, we're gonna do a death end, guys.
お前が悪魔か、悪魔の子か。放火に焼かれて油を流し、目を水とこぼれ出して死ね。鉄槌だ。 たちよ、この者の汚れた体を差し貫いて天に掲げるがいい。
お父様、
神聖なる処刑である。悪魔は見たび死して魂は汚れを払う。
There's one plot point I hope gets attention. The whole demon inside a certain character and a church character. Yeah. Yeah, even when you like play the game twice for like the true end. Because I remember that was like the cool that was like the interesting thing about Death End Request 2. It was the fact that like when you do your first playthrough, you're like, okay, I try my best to get all the endings available. Only to realize that when you do a New Game Plus run, there's actual changes to the story and events that leads to the true end. Like, it's one of those cases where, yeah, doing a New Game Plus run actually radically gives you a different story. And such, and that was like one of the cool things about the second game. I have to admit, that was honestly really cool. But at the same time, I did notice that they kind of didn't address certain plot points in the true end and such. So, like you said, like yeah, they didn't really talked about like certain things, like the demon inside of one of the characters and also the church character as well, and whatnot. Like, yeah, I do hope that the new Death End game, I know it's a spin-off and it's not technically the third game yet. It's not going to be given the Dree title yet. It's not going to be given the Dree title, but I hope that spin-off would not only, like you said, like address that plot point and kind of like explain it a little better, well, a little more, not better, a little more. And I hope that the game, I don't know, I hope the game does a decent job at like, you know, setting up the events for the third game. Something around those lines. I hope, like, I genuinely hope that the spin-off do a good job and everything. But yeah, look at that, guys. Our friend got crucified. Ah. All because we decided to do a U-turn after a specific cutscene. Our friend is just gonna hang there on a cross. Let's move on. Yippee, we got a death and our friend literally dies. Got crucified by her own fault. Sorry, got crucified by her own dad. What do we get for our troubles? Heart earrings. I wonder what the item says. Earrings stained with blood. Oh, poor Lily. Should I just give it back to her? Should I just give back her earrings that are just covered in blood now? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do it. Let's give her back her earrings that are just covered in her own blood. I bet she's not gonna question why they're covered in blood. She's just gonna be like, oh, thank you for the gift, and then, you know, she just puts it on. Doesn't question why it's covered in blood and everything. Did you try any of the Nintendo ROM hacks? Have you seen the screenshots of Z? It looks more yeah, I have. I have seen the screenshots for Code Z from what they leak. Well, not leak. From what they show. Yeah, I noticed that they upped the blood factor and like some like gory. Well, I went gory. Yeah, gory. I guess gory is like one way you would describe it. Yeah, I didn't notice it. I thought it was cool. Did you try any of the Nintendo ROM hacks? What do you mean by a ROM hack? Like the ones where they change like the sprites or like change the difficulty of a game, or just like ROM hacks in general? Because if you're talking about ROM hacks in general, then like yeah, I have played like my fair share of like Nintendo ROM hacks. See, on the bonus merch of Code Z, I see more tame products than previous iterations. Is it because of the policy set in place since Natumia/Senran Kagura? Yeah, I think so. Was it was it during when that crossover game came out, or was it like when Sony moved their gaming division to California, like back in 2018? I'm not sure. But yeah, I did notice the pre-order merch, and yeah, it was really tame compared to the previous games. Oh, like compared to like other Compile Heart and Ideal Factory games back then too. Like it's so radically different. A scream alarm clock is weird. Yeah, I would agree. It's a little bit on the weird side. Oh yeah, don't mind me. I'm just trying to get my corruption up to a certain level for us to do the boss battle. I think it was in place since the release of the crossover game. That sucks. Because like, I love the bonus merch of Compile Heart games. They honestly look cool and great. But yeah, that sucks to hear. God damn. Speaking of Compile / Ideal Factory, I see that they will soon target the global niche instead of the global audiences. Yeah. In other words, the literal people who don't play their games. The people who just complain all the time. Who doesn't even buy the games after they complain about some things about it. Yeah, those people. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I messed that up. Oops. Sorry, Replica.
しました。大丈夫。治療します。大丈夫。
I messed her up. I hate myself for that. Well, at least I got Sheena to the corruption I want, because she's gonna help us out in the boss battle. By endgame, Lily becomes quite the support character. That's unreal. Wait, do you mean in terms of plot or in terms of gameplay? Because I know, like, when you get to the end game of this game, Lily is like, yeah, she's purely dedicated for the support. She has like some really like good healing. And also like, I think she know a move, like, yeah, she learns a move that lets her recover SP for like the whole party and such. Yeah, MP healing. Yeah, MP healing. I know another character that does that. That's Clea, the Oni. She's the one with the dual pistols. I remember a lot of people were like, yeah, Clea is kind of broken, because like she learns skills where if her health is like at 100%, she can just like heal the whole party up for free, including their MP. Like the only requirement is that she needs to have 100% HP. That's literally it. And I know like, oh yeah, you can also spend money to perform like other things with Clea because she's the merchant character, but yeah. It's absolutely hilarious. Actually, that's one gripe with my gripes with the game. Learning certain skills is luck when not using a guide. Oh fuck, wait, what? I thought it was charging. Why is it not? Oh. I didn't fully plugged it in. I feel so dumb now. Oh my god. Like, okay. Okay, here's the thing, guys. I technically plugged the charger cord into my PS4 controller, but it wasn't fully in. So it wasn't charging this entire time. So I've been playing this game thinking that my controller is being charged when it wasn't. Oh my god. But like, yeah, like you said, like learning certain skills is luck when not using a guide. I mean, that is true. Like you have to like experiment with the different skill combinations. So like learn a new skill, and even then is like RNG based as well. You have a percentage of learning said skill. I do think it's neat. Like, yeah, there's like problems with it, but I honestly think it was cool and such. And I do know that technically, how do I describe it? I know technically the game does increase your chances of learning skills when you level up. So like if you're like, oh man, I want to learn this particular skill, but the game's like, oh, you only have like a 5% chance of learning, just grind like 1 or 2 levels and it will become like, I don't know, 50% or something. Like at least like they balance it in that way where I'm like, okay, that works, that checks out. And such. Definite Request 2 made it worse. At least one gave you a bulb. I honestly don't remember how you learn skills in the second game. It's been a while. Like the last time I played Definite Request 2 was back on the Switch. Like when they had like the Switch release and I bought like a physical copy and everything. That was the last time I played 2. And I honestly didn't remember how you learn skills in that game. Oh, I mean, like, the indicator of, like, how you learn a skill in the game. You learn them by doing certain combinations, so like the first game, but it doesn't show you a bulb this time. Oh, wait, no bulb? Do they at least tell you, like, the percentage of you learning it? Or is that, like, completely absent? Because if that's, like, completely yeah, alright, so that does make it a lot more painful to learn. You're literally, like, blind at that point. Like, no indicator whatsoever. You're literally blind at that point. That sucks. And also the multi-platform strategy. Maybe the global niche might be resulting in good products going forward. I don't know about that, Reno. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, I know multi-platform is great and all. Like, you know, you're able to release the game in multiple platforms. But at the same time, some platforms will be like, oh, you need to change this game. And no, we're not going to let you, like, keep the game uncensored in other platforms. You need to make it the same as ours or else we sue you and whatnot. Like, I know that's the case for, like, some games that get, like, console releases and such. Like, some companies will actually make developers sign some kind of weird contract where they're forced to, like, make the version of the game the same no matter the platform and such. Like, God, I don't like that. Like, yeah, it's nice to have, like, multiple consoles to increase revenue technically, but at the same time, it's like, what happened if the platform will force them to make changes and they want that change to apply to the other ones too and whatnot? Like, that's, like, my biggest concern with that. And everything. But I'm glad that they're now focusing on the global audiences. You know, the quote-unquote big mainstream people that will definitely play a game where you have to kill yourself. Well, not kill yourself. You have to make a lot of bad choices where it will lead to instant game overs. It has, like, fan servers and shit. Like, I highly doubt, like, the global audience, you know, this supposedly big mainstream audience will be interested in these games and such. Now, most of the time, they're gonna be Karens and complain all the time. They're gonna be like soccer moms. I really don't like them. And they're like literally most of the reasons why a lot of games that I like, they get altered so heavily to the point that I just went like, I'd rather just have the original, man. I'd rather have the original product. I'd rather just try my best to understand Japanese and, like, play this altered product and whatnot. But, like, yeah. Here's the thing about that. Octopath Traveler 1 sold quite well. The second, though, not as well. I mean, I thought people really liked Octopath Traveler 1. Like, I thought that was the case of, like, people really liking the first game. And I know it got, like, it had multi-platform releases. Also, it was made by, Square Enix. Everyone is willing to pick up a Square Enix game because of how mainstream they are. And for the most part, Octopath Traveler was honestly a solid game. I honestly liked the first game quite a lot. When it came to the second game, I thought it was okay. Like, yeah, they improved on some things that the first game didn't do well on. And I thought, like, yeah, that's cool. I liked the changes that they did with the second game. But I felt like the overall quality in terms of, like, the characters and, like, how the general plot moves on, I thought it wasn't as great compared to the first game. I honestly liked the first game a little more because I liked the characters more in that one. Yeah, go woke or go broke. Yeah, god damn, I hate that mindset, dude. Like, god damn. And maybe the 90s soccer moms were better people than some of the millennium and Zoom. Don't get me started with them. I have to deal with a good chunk of them in social media and how they don't understand literal fiction. They only see things through a certain lens and only through said lens. And when someone tells them like, hey, I think you should see in a different lens, they just go ballistic and just bellyache all the time. They make, like Reno was pointing out, they make 90s soccer moms and also those like hardcore Christians, they made them seem more reasonable like compared to like the millennium and Zoomers nowadays. Like, that's the sad truth. And like, supposedly the millennium and Zoomers are like, you know, oh, we're the most diverse generation and shit, and yet they lose their marbles when they read something that doesn't align to their beliefs and such, even more than like the soccer moms and the the hardcore Christians and whatnot. And they just complain nonstop. Oh my god. I'm not saying that every like millennium and Zoomer are bad. There's some good ones. Well, to my eyes, there are some good ones. The ones that actually listen to reasoning. The ones that actually are willing to like look at things through a different lens and willing to learn from it, while also like being like, you know what? I get what you mean. I'm still standing like strong with my beliefs, but what you show me with your beliefs, that actually opened my mind a little more. And who knows, maybe that might solidify my stuff, or maybe it might make me more open about it. Like, at least there are people like that. And I honestly would say, if you ever met someone like that, you better treasure them. They are, like, honestly great people to be with, those type of people. And whatnot, because they don't go ballistic at you for just liking like something, and they just end your friendship instantly because of that and whatnot. But like, yeah, older generations were raised right. These days TikTok is a huge problem, weird stuff with school and more. Don't get me started with TikTok. TikTok is just dumb, absolutely dumb. It's literally Vines but for Zoomers, or Generation Alpha. I don't know what term people use nowadays. Like, my god, TikTok. But yeah, let's continue on with the game. I think we can technically skip this. Yeah, we can technically skip this. Alright. I think we're good. Alright, let's do this boss battle. And copies like YouTube Shorts. Oh my god, YouTube Shorts. Alright, can I be honest with you guys? I didn't think YouTube Shorts weren't that bad, because at least some shorts were a little bit on the educational side of things. I know that's kind of like an oxymoron, but like at least there were some YouTube Shorts that I saw that were like not that bad compared to TikToks. But yeah, the brain rot is still like there. It's still bad. And if you're wondering, like, what do you mean by educational? I mean, like, in terms of game trivia sort of thing. Like, you know, they make a short where they give you, like, a short trivia on, like, I don't know, something funny about a game or whatnot. I think those are, like, A-okay and whatnot. But, like, the shorts that are, like, oh, let's, like, go full brain dead. Or, oh, let's be randomly political and shit. Like, those ones I'd rather just avoid. I'd rather not watch them. Those will literally brain rot you to the max.
一足遅かったか。国王は姿を維持できなくなるほどバグに侵食されていたようだ。そんな。 なんだこいつは。
リリー、下がってください。
Do you laugh at Zoomer cringe when it's there?
リリー、
Not
しっかりしてく
really.
ださい。
I kind of feel cringe on the inside when I see it. I think it's because it reminds a little bit of myself when I was younger. And let's be real, it doesn't matter how old you are, you will always feel like a little bit of cringe when you see something that resembles younger you. It doesn't matter how like far old you are and how you're able to laugh at it. There will be moments where you will feel cringe. And I have not met that moment yet. I still feel cringe when I see Zoomer cringe. You always remember when you do cringe thing. That's true. But at least like you can laugh at it a bit and also cringe at the same time sort of thing. But Zoomer cringe, I can't. Like that just makes me cringe in general. I can't even laugh. It's just not a good feeling. I'm kind of curious. Why is it so like? Why is the volume low compared to like the music? Hold on, let me change it. Well, to my ears, I feel like the voice volume is low. And I see an insurance I see an instance of posts on IG/IG Reels in TikTok. Oh my god, Instagram. Oh god, I have not seen Instagram in a while. Oh god, Lord.
死ぬ前に会えて嬉しかったぞ。お前に一言詫びたかったのだ。
お父様。
この国を、民を頼む。お前の力で温かい笑顔のあふれる国に導いてやってくれ。我が誇り、我が愛しき娘よ。
I just found a soundtrack for this game selling for $10 somewhere. We'll probably get that. Oh, that's a nice deal. Damn. Let's hope that let's hope it's like in good condition sort of thing. Because who knows, that $10 might be like, oh, it's for like used and like it probably has like a small scratch on it. or something around those lines. It's sealed. All right, that's a good deal then. $10 for like the whole soundtrack sealed. Hell the fuck yeah, that's a good deal. Oh, rip dad.
こんなやつ見たこともないぞ。
私もです。
こいつは第三者が作ったかバグで新しく生まれたモンスターってとこか。バカでかい図体しやがって。まるでエントマの親玉だな。
さしずめ名前はエントマクイーンってとこですかね。
はあ？クイーン？
いいえ、大きいから女王蜂とか女王アリとかそんな感じかなって。リリー
Oh, look at that, guys. The first boss. Alright. There is a death end. The death end is you losing to this boss. And we're gonna lose hard. Alright, are you guys ready? We're gonna die. We gotta have a death end with this one. Exactly. The centipede-like creature toyed with us as we withered on the floor, unable to move on the verge of death. It nudged us playfully, rolling us on the ground over and over until our several limbs swished from the weight, separating from our limp bodies. I had already been decapitated from the neck down, but I heard Mizunashi's voice calling out to me from the distance as I drift into a weary daze. There we go, guys. We got the death end. Huzzah! Alright, let's do this. Scala. Oh yeah. I do worry if Code Z will be censored. Some of those look brutal. I hope not. Like I said, Mystery, I don't want the game, I don't want any game to get censored in general. So I'm hoping that this game, like Death End Code Z, I hope it does not get censored at all. Because like I want it to like be, I don't know, I want it to be awesome. Like you said, like some of the screenshots they show, it looked brutal. I like that. I like how it looks brutal. I think it's because like, didn't Code Z, like didn't they show in the packaging that it was gonna get a Serial Z rating, which is like the highest rating for a video game in Japan? I'm assuming that's the reason why they upped the brutal factor when it comes to the screenshots. So because of that, I'm hoping, like, I'm legit hoping it doesn't get censored. Not only in the West, but also in Japan, because I do know Japan can be a little iffy towards gore and such. So, like, yeah. I really wanted to, like, you know, really emphasize on that aspect. Like, damn. Oh. Oh, I can't attack because it's like counter. Like, yeah, I remember they made the boss counter your attacks. This is like the first instance of like enemies countering your attacks if you're like a certain element. I completely forgot about that. Better than a 16, at least at the UK. Yeah. Alright. I don't think we can one-shot this boss. If you want to know why, it's because Mystery, I'm playing the game on the hardest difficulty. I'm not playing on easy or normal. So because of that, you know, the enemies are a little bit more tougher than usual. It also applies to the bosses. So I'm not sure if I can one-shot this boss with Sheena. Because I do know for a fact that if you manage to make Sheena go into glitch mode, you can actually one-shot this boss in both the easy and normal difficulty. I know that for sure. So I'm not sure if I can, like, actually one-shot it. I hope I can. Or more spongy, yeah. Or it can be more spongy. Oh. Oh, we killed it. Oh, okay, it still works. We can still one-shot it with Sheena. Alright. Oh, that's great. Good job, Sheena. We one-shot the first real boss of the game. That's the power of weakness. Yes, indeed. When you know the elemental system. God, Mystery, I kind of want to talk about this with you since it seems like you played all the Death End games. I remember a lot of people, especially in the first game, they're like, oh my god, the first game's difficulty is like, it cranks up when you get to the second half and such. I'm like, why is that? They're like, oh, I'm getting countered all the time. I'm like, do you remember the elemental system? They're like, this game has an elemental system? I'm like, well, that's the reason why, because in the second half of the game, enemies will counter elements that they're either neutral or strong against. They can't counter like elements that are weak against and such. Like, I know that the first boss already shows that, but I feel like a lot of people kind of brute force the game from, like, you know, from the first few dungeons. So when they got to the second half, they're like, oh my god, this game is like difficult now. Like, why is that? That'd be like, you know, blah 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 and such. I'm like, dude, the game has an elemental system. They taught you at the start. So they expect you to do it when you get to the later parts of the game. and whatnot. I do know they removed the counters in Death and Request 2 Mystery, so that's why when you play the second game, none of the enemies will counter your attack, so you're pretty much free to use whatever element you want to attack the enemy. But I do know that it's better to use their weakness because, you know, you want to beat the enemy as fast as possible to do, like, you know, the crazy pinball physics and whatnot. Because I do know there's, like, a benefit to, like, doing the pinball physics in the second game. It actually gives you extra money and experience if you do it. And whatnot. But, like, yeah, let's see. This is why journalists are... yeah, gaming journalists. Yeah, gaming journalists. God. They will never live down the fact that they are an absolute joke. They will never live that back down. And it's really sad. It's really sad. Because I remember gaming journalists in the past, like, maybe the 90s, maybe around that range, they were actually decent. Like, at least they played the game and were somewhat nerds of it as well. But nowadays, journalists are like, they're normies. They don't play the games. They're just like, oh, we want the game to have an easy mode so we can write the article. And if the game doesn't have an easy mode, we're going to talk shit about it and not understand a thing and whatnot. It's just, oh my god. Like, being a journalist nowadays is just like an absolute joke, if you ask me. Gaming journalists, I mean. I'm not sure about regular journalists. They're probably a joke as well. I know that Serial Z requires credit card to purchase that type of game. Yeah, isn't it because, like, because the game is, like, for adults? Because that's what Zero Z is. It's, like, adult rated. You have to, like, show ID that you are an adult, that you can purchase the game and such. I think that's the logic of Serial Z. You need to show, like, credit card, which in turn shows, like, oh, yes, you are an adult, so you can purchase this adult-rated game and such. Because I know that's a thing. Like, I do know that's an absolute thing in a lot of adult-rated media, where you need to show some form of ID to prove that you're an adult and such. But, like, yeah. Have you seen the clip of one of them getting... Yes, I remember the Cuphead, the Cuphead tutorial journalist. I remember that. Oh my god, that guy got so roasted by so many people and such. And like you said, like, someone compared him to a child, and like the child did better than him and even beat the first boss and everything. Like, oh my god. that was such a hilarious, like, moment in time. Also, like, Mystery and Reno or anyone in chat, do you guys remember IGN's, like, review for Pokemon? Like, I think it's Alpha Sapphire, where they rate the game 7 out of 10. And one of the cons was that there was too much water. Despite the fact that the game was literally about water. Yeah, too much water, yeah. God, that was such a hilarious thing. Like, IGN is such a joke. There's so many things that I remember from IGN that's not even positive. They're just a joke at this point. Same with Kotaku. Death End Request, 7 out of 10. Too many bad ends. Yes, too many death ends. He couldn't achieve the true ending. Oh, dang, we got a lot of level ups from that. Let's save. I can't save.
Lily, 大丈夫ですか?
On a side note, I like Lily's... I like the face that Lily makes. I don't know why. It just cracks me up. I think it's like the fact that one of her eyes are like slightly almost closed. And she's just making a face that makes it look like she just saw something weird. Or something around those lines. I don't know. Did you encounter fans of don't, oh my god, don't remind me. Don't remind me. I already seen a lot of them in the Persona fandom. I already saw a lot of them in the Persona fandom, Reno. God Lord. You know, like, you know the... Guys, do you know the joke about, like, Dragon Ball fans never watching or reading the manga? We can apply that to Persona fans. Especially those that hopped in during Persona 5 craze. They only saw playthroughs of Persona 5. And even then, they only saw it in, like... I don't know... 360, quality. Like, oh my god. I don't want to talk about those fans. I can't stand them. They're literally the reason why I can't even have a proper discussion of Persona. Like, I literally can't have a proper discussion of Persona because of those fans. Like, whenever I want to talk about 1, 2, or 3, it's always met with, like, 5 fans. Or maybe 4, even though I think 4 fans are a little bit more tolerable compared to 5. Despite the fact that I hate Persona 4 a lot. It's like my least favorite Persona game. And why not? I love the first 3. First 3 are great. 5 is like a good game. I just don't like 4 because of like the gameplay changes that they did. Compared to like when you go from 3 to 4. That's like the only reason why I didn't like 4. I mean, there's other reasons, but that was like the major reason. But anyway, yeah, what else do you guys wrote down? She saw the she saw the Xbox drama. Okay, I'm kind of like lost. What's the Xbox drama? I want to know. I want to know how crazy that is. I want to know what the Xbox drama is. What else do you guys wrote down? Persona 5 is such a great game. Anyway, I didn't play it, but the music is great. I don't know what a fusion is. Oh my god, that's like a literal good chunk of Persona 5 fans. They don't even know how to play the game. They don't even know how good fusion is. Let's see. They shut down Tango Gameworks who worked... No! They shut down Tango? The ones that created, The Evil Within 1 and 2? And also, like you said, Hi-Fi Rush? They shut them down? Oh my god, that's even worse than when Sony shut down their Japanese studio. Oh my god. That sucks so bad. Like, Hi-Fi Rush was like an actual legit good game. Great music too. The Evil Within? I actually like Evil Within. I like the first game a lot. I think it's because the first game, I like how you uncovered the mystery of like what's going on. The second game was fun to play, but I felt like the scares weren't that great. Although I did like the people you meet in the second game. I thought the antagonists you meet in the second game was pretty decent. I thought they did a good job with them. But yeah, like you said, like, yeah, Hi-Fi Rush was literally, like, it won so many rewards. Like, didn't it win, like, game rewards back in, like, the time when people were having, like, game rewards and such? Like, didn't it win a lot of rewards? Like, it was really good. It was a really good game. Yeah, like, it just baffles me. Like, this company developed, like, actual reward-winning games, but they shut them down. So it's like, what? I blame it all on Phil and Game Pass. Oh my god. Game Pass. I don't really know much of it other than like you can get games for free at like specific days, I guess. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know much of these like new stuff nowadays. I'm used to like old retro gaming like terms and whatnot, like how to create an ADHOC from like a PSP. You know, you use that to connect with other PSPs. I know like random attachments that people did on the Wii and the PlayStation and such, like the random attachments and everything. Or broadcasting stations. Like I remember all of those, but stuff like Game Pass and shit, I don't remember. Game Pass is basically here's every new release day one with a subscription, and then that causes a problem. Why buy the full? Yeah, like if you're technically getting the game for free, or like I don't know, a certain amount. If you're technically getting the game for free through a technicality, why would you buy it then? Like you would just be like, oh, I have the game for free. Like why would I just buy the full product afterwards? Like, yeah, it's such a weird thing. I know it sold a lot on Steam, but it couldn't save. Yeah, like the game sold. Like I know the game sold a lot of copies in, like you said, on Steam. I know it sold a lot on PlayStation systems as well, and such. But like, yeah, it's just a shame. Did you play Double Cast yet? Double Cast. I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that is, Reno? I don't think I ever heard of that game.
気高くて気丈なの。王様はちゃんとリリーのお父さんだったね。
I know this music. I know this music. This plays on my fuck, what do you call it? My special PlayStation 4 theme for this game. I know this music. Yeah, this plays when you hover over the game. Yeah, I recognize it.
Lily, 大丈夫ですか？はい、すみません、取り乱してしまって。感情なんて抑えつけるもんじゃないですから。辛い時はいっぱい泣いていいと思うんです。私の肩ならいくらでも貸しますから。ありがとうございます。
姫様。
騎士団長？それに他の者たちも。あなた方は無事だったのですね。
はっ。我らが遠征より戻りました時には。王宮内はすでに混乱しており。
Wait. Ayo? An NPC with an actual face? And he happens to be a hot guy? Oh my god. Okay, I bet you guys this guy's probably not sorry, I bet this guy is either secretly evil or he's gonna die in the next few cutscenes. There's no way they're gonna make a character like an NPC have an actual face and be like a handsome guy and make him live at the end. I highly doubt it.
王のままでたどり着いたものの惨憺たるありさまでございまして、恐れながら姫様、陛下はどちらに？
ここは俺が説明しよう。
ヒデンは
そちらの姫様と一緒に王宮の中にいた化け物と戦った仲間ってとこかな。
なんと姫様をお助けいただき感謝を申し上げる。
いや、その様子だと姫様が牢から出てることに異論はないみたいだな。
それは
彼女にもちゃんと味方がいて安心したよ。単刀直入に言わせてもらえば、王宮内にいた衛兵や王様はマーターズやエントマに殺された。
それは誠ですか？
ああ、事実だ。
ざれ言を、そんなふざけた姿をした貴様の言葉など誰が信じると思う？我らをたわかろうなどと称し、そうだ。
Let's see, it's a mystery visual novel released on PlayStation 1 in Japan and re-released on PSP only in Japan. Only the PSP port has an English patch. Mystery visual novel. That's interesting. I mean, I don't mind playing visual novels with you guys, even though, I don't know how to make a visual novel stream seem interesting. But that does sound neat. Hold on, double cast. PSP.
父の意志を継ぎ、この国を再建したいと思っています。ですがその前に人々を苦しめ、世界を荒廃させたエントマを解かなければ同じ悲劇が繰り返される。
Oh, this looks really old school. I like the art.
姿を消した民を探し出し、救い出さなければなりません。今の私はあまりにも無力。
Yeah, this looks cool.
強大な
Damn.
力を持ったマーターズやエントマに一人では太刀打ちできないでしょう。それであなた方にお願いが。あなた方はこのままエントマを解く方法を探す旅を続けるのですよね。私も一緒にあなた方に同行してもよろしいでしょうか？
俺は別に構わないが。
Aw, look at that. Lily's gonna join us for real, for real.
リリーが来てくれると嬉しいし。
The Queen Bee is gonna join us.
でも王女様がリリーがいなくなったら皆さんは困りませんか？
I kind of find it funny that when you look at Lily's design, you kind of piece together that she's a literal queen bee. Like a literal queen bee. Like her buggy is a bee. She's royalty. Her dad just died, so therefore she becomes the queen. She inherits the throne. So in other words, Lily Hopes is a queen bee. I'm not sure about Sheena. I can't think of like a funny joke with Sheena's spider design. I'm pretty sure there's a meaning in it, but I don't remember. It's been a while since I played Death End Request 1. So because of that, I can't really think of like a funny visual gag for Sheena. Or what it can like, you know, be and such. But yeah, what do you wrote down real quick? Speaking of visual novels, Death End Aegis is certainly one where I question my sanity. I guess Aegis, I mean... Oh, it's Dead End Aegis, not Death End. Why did I read Dead as Death? I guess I've been playing too much Death End Request. Every time I see Dead End, I think of Death End. Oh, there's a dead end in the road. You mean a death end in the road.
Omakaseを。我ら一同、姫様のご帰還をお待ちしております。
私のわがままを許してくれてありがとう。きっとエントマを解く方法を手に入れて戻ってきます。
どうかご分を。それでは午前失礼いたします。
すごい威圧感だったな。ただの NPC とは思えないくらいだ。
言っちゃいましたね。ええ、大丈夫です。この国には 彼らのようにエントマを発症していない者たちもたくさんいますから。わかりました。ではリリー、一緒に行きましょう。はいリリーったら意外と甘いん坊さんなんですね。よしよし。
Oh, look at that. They're friendly.
私ったらすみません。
Let's see, yeah, it's one of those where it's full of eroge stuff, but it's a very dark story. It uses this eroge stuff to add to the oppressive nature of it. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, Mystery, you kind of sold me the moment you mentioned it's eroge. Because I like eroge. I'm gonna say it. I'm like that one like meme with Samuel L. Jackson, where he's like, does Jackson likes anime? Yes, I do. Hentai too. But in my case, I like eroge. I unironically like it. Like, if you ask me, eroge has so many cool things going for it, and the sexy scenes are just the icing on the cake. Like, that's how I honestly see eroge. Eroge is just like your every normal like video game, but it has sex scenes in it, and this is a nice icing. This is a cherry on top. And guess what? It's not censored on Yo, that's Pog. The fact that Steam didn't censor it, that's awesome. But yeah, oh my god, I need to stretch my legs real quick. Okay. Aw, how cute. They're just getting along. They're being lovey-dovey according to Mizunashi in that one cutscene. I was surprised as well, yeah. The elves? Ayo, we're gonna go meet some elves. Are they gonna be hot as usual, or are they gonna look different? Because let's be real, guys, like, whenever there's like an elf race in like some form of media, it's either A, they're hot, or B, they just look hot, but not as like, but they're not like supermodel hot. There's no in between. Is either they're super hot or just hot.
とりあえずはゲームのシナリオ通りオデュッセイアの珍獣を倒しに行くっていう目標のまま進めてみよ
了解です。この街道をまっすぐ進めばストルフィルです。では張り切っていきましょう。
Oh. Alright, looks like we're done with chapter 1. Damn.
う。張り切るのはいいが警戒は怠るなよ。マップデータを見てみるとだな、街道の途中に町はないし山に囲まれていて戦闘には不向きだ。どこもバグに侵されてるからいつマーターズに襲われるかわからない。二人とも十分気をつけてくれ。
クマさんは一緒に行かないんですか？
用事ができたんだよ。また後で合流する。前にも言ったが俺がいない間に調子に乗って死なないようにな。
もう言っちゃいましたね。別れ際にあんなこと言うなんて、クマさんはたまに無神経で困ります。それだけ注意していくようにという意味なのでは？だとしてももっと優しい言い方してくれても。しかもこっちの話も聞かずに言い逃げするなんて失礼しちゃいます。
I mean, this is Mizunashi in a nutshell.
そんなことはないと思いますよ。私には時々お二人はすごく
He's just, yeah, he's just a tsundere. Yeah, tell her that, Lily.
ちゃんと気にかけていらっしゃいますし、シーナも彼を信頼していますよね。
On the, wait, let's see. Yeah, got it. On the YouTubers I saw play double cast, I see Pekora, Mito, and Petra played it. Only Pekora's VOD got private. Oh, that sucks. I like Pekora. She's like one of my favorite Hololivers. She's not my #1 favorite though. She's not my Oshi. But I like her though.
そうです。まあそれは置いておいて、さあ行きましょう。早く進んでクマさんを驚かせちゃいましょう。そうですね。危ない危ない。リリーってば NPC の割に妙に人間っぽいから焦るよね。
Pandemic. I also found there's a DSRoge that got a fan translation. It's old school to say the least. Okay, how old school is it? Is it like old school in terms of graphics, or is it old school in terms of like how you progress through the game sort of thing? Graphics and gameplay. Oh, man, that's great then. I love me some old school stuff. Toma Queen. We're ignore Sheena's poor naming conventions for now. The thought of battling this humongous beast makes me salivate. Salivate. So much blood. Pain and suffering are linked to mankind's emotion, was it? The kind that brings a buckle to your knees. I heard the phrase, the water of life. But I'd rather bathe in blood. Really makes you feel alive. More than anything, I love the anticipation that arises when your opponent is hurtling towards you. Unless you experience it firsthand, I doubt you ever know what it's like. When I gaze into the eyes of something as a when I gaze into the eyes of something as grotesque as this Atoma Queen, I quiver. We are cut from the same cloth, it seems. I'm struck by a particular sense of deja vu. To consume blood and to murder. For both me and the Atoma Queen, life has no other purpose. Let's see. The visual novel database or these. Oh, I use the visual novel database for these things. Some part of me thinks Stephen Request 2 was inspired by a little. Was inspired a little by the manga Doll Falls. I mean, I think inspired by a little is kind of an understatement. It was practically almost the same as the manga Doll Falls. And I think the reason why was because the writer made that manga as well. Did you read it? Yeah. It didn't help the fact that the characters shared the same name and everything. Wait, really? Yeah. It was literally made by the same person. Written by the same author. Even used the same character names from the manga to the game. And whatnot. That's the funny thing about it. That's the funny thing about Deafen Request 2. When people look at the writer's past work, they're like, wait a minute. Deafen Request 2 is like almost the same as their other work called Doll's Fall. Even down to the character names. Granted, I know that the manga does end quite differently compared to Deafen Request, especially when you get the true ending and such, but yeah. it's practically almost the same. The keyword is almost, it's not completely the same. I'm not gonna scream saying that, oh, it's just the same thing, they didn't change that much. I'm not gonna be like that. I'm like, yeah, there's still differences, but relatively it is almost the same. And whatnot. But there are key differences that does make them stand out from each other. And everything. But like, yeah. Should we confirm our bloodlust, or should we deny it like a normal person? I think we should be an enabler. We need to encourage her. I appreciate how you're getting to know me from the inside. Thank you. I, for one, hope we can continue. Maybe I'll get to see what your insides look like next. Just kidding. Okay. I mean, if you played the first game and such, you know Ripika has a few screws loose. Especially when you compare her to her co-workers. Like, we all know that Ripika has a few screws loose. And she looks like Mori Calliope. Or vice versa. I don't know who. I know Mori Calliope came out after Deafen Request, so yeah, yeah, I can't really talk much because it's like, yeah, that's just how Replica is. I now know that my suspicions were true. Bathing in blood seemed to be the thing to tip me off. Yeah, there's so many plot points from the manga that appears in Deafen Request 2. Like, Mystery, if you ask me, I honestly think Deafen Request 2 was pretty much the author's way of redoing that manga, but maybe with some, like, I don't know, extended character plots and whatnot. You know, like he felt like, oh man, the first time I did this story, I didn't went too much into like certain character motives and such. So might as well recycle those ideas again for different requests too. But you know, actually expand it a little more compared to the manga. That's honestly how I felt. Still a good game though. Still good. It's still a good read as well. Did you play the following? Samurai Champloo Sidetrack. I have not played that. Ghost in the Shell PS1. Yo, I played that. I even have the Ghost in the Shell game on PS2. Gunner's Heaven / Rapid Reloaded. I have not played that. Rave Master. Oh my god, Rave Master. I remember that manga series. It was by the guy who did Fairy Tail. God, I have fond memories of Fairy Tail. Also, Rave Master 2. I honestly like the mangaka for Rave Master and Fairy Tail. I honestly think they're pretty solid series. Like, yeah, typical shonen stuff, but like, I honestly enjoyed it quite a lot. And whatnot. And, like, honestly, like, pretty... Like, the anime adaptations are pretty decent, too. Like, the soundtrack for them are pretty poggers, if you ask me. I don't know why I'm talking like a zoomer now, but, like, yeah, pretty awesome. Pretty neat. Pretty, Sugoi Dekai. Or Super Rashi, if you want to go full Japanese. But, yeah, what's the... Another Code. Yes, I have played that on the DS. And there's the Another Code Recollection is out on Switch. Yeah, the remake of the first Recode game. I didn't play it. I played the demo. I thought it was okay. I don't know. I felt like neutral towards Recollections. I didn't really think too much of it compared to like the original first game on DS. I think it's because I like the Nintendo DS quite a lot. So when they had that recollection and they essentially remade the first game and is on Switch and such, I just went like, it's okay. I didn't really think too much of it. Let's see, Hiro Mashima. Yeah, that was the name of the author. And the Wii game. Oh wait, what was that crime visual novel on the D? I know what you're talking about. It's the one with the guy. It was a guy, right? He was like a detective. He was drawn, like his art style was that he was like drawn on a piece of paper sort of thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember. Fuck. I don't remember the name. Yeah, I don't remember. Sorry, Mystery. I don't remember the name of the game. Hotel Dusk. Oh, okay, you found it. All right. Doll Falls ended so weirdly. I can kind of see why there is Yuri vibes in the games. Yeah, I did remember the ending for Doll Falls being like, being on the odd side, like you said. Like, I remember reading it to the end, and I just kind of thought like, huh, I didn't expect it to end like that, but all right. Let's see. I remember when there was constant complaints about Fairy Tail for fans. Yeah, oh my god. They, like, I remember getting so annoyed by it. Because, like, there wasn't that much fan service, like, how the complainers, like, you know, talk about. They're like, oh my god. They're like, yeah, there was so much fan service and shit. I'm like, bruh, there wasn't that much fan service at the start. Like, a little bit, yeah, but there wasn't a lot compared to, like, how the people make it out to be. And such. And I noticed that it was more evident in the anime compared to the manga, because I read the manga first and then I watched the anime afterwards. I noticed that there was a lot more fan servicey moments in the anime compared to the manga. Not saying that there was none of it in the manga, it's just there wasn't a lot of it compared to the anime, is what I'm trying to say. So, like, yeah, it's so weird. Like, I didn't even think the fan service was that bad. I actually, like, laughed at it. I thought it was okay. And now there is a ton of ecchi stuff that's debatably worse. Yeah, I could kind of agree with that. It depends on the series, though. I felt like some series, yeah, if the only thing great about it is just the fan service and that's it, and if the fan service isn't that great, then yeah, that's like not really a good series at that point then. Like, fan service is nice. I do love it. I unironically like fan servicey stuff, but like there are times when I do have a limit of like how much I can like have fan service without the story. And I feel like some ecchi series, they don't really go too much with it, and because of that, it's like, yeah, there's really no point in like continuing on at that point. Which is kind of sad, because I do like ecchi series where it's either A, it has a funny story, so it'll just cracks you up all the time when you see it, and also the fan service like the icing on the cake for it. Or B, there's actually like a compelling story along with the fan service, and it makes you go like, huh, this is actually really good. Like, it does a good job at complementing the main story and such. Like, those are like my only type of like ecchis that I'm fine with. But if it's like strictly just ecchi and that the story was non-existent, then like I probably wouldn't really read it for too long. Probably like, I don't know, 5 chapters at most, and be like, yeah, I don't think it's not gonna change that much in anime. Not saying that's a bad thing, it just seems like that now. It just seems like that sometimes. The most amount of fan service of Fairy Tail comes from the OVA. Yeah, the OVAs has a lot of fan service. Not saying that, the OVA has a lot of fan service and such. Granted, I think it depends on the OVA. I'm gonna be real, Reno, because I remember some OVAs of Fairy Tail, they didn't have that much fan service in it. Well, there's other ones where, you know, they just crank it up to like 100 levels, and you're like, oh shit, that's a lot, man. Great, but like, holy, and such. Like, yeah, like you said, yeah, I do notice that a lot of the OVAs for Fairy Tail, it did had a heavier emphasis on the fan service and such. But like, I still like the OVAs. I thought they were funny. Testament of a Devil Sister also had those. Oh my god, Testament of the Devil Sister. I remember that series. I read the manga, and then I read the light novel afterwards. I did saw the anime. The anime was okay. But yeah, I remember that series. Okay, guys, like, do you guys have like a favorite girl in any of the in any of the series that we just talked about? The one with the fan services and such. Like, do you guys have like a favorite girl in any of them? Like, for me, for Fairy Tail, it has to be, the fuck, what was her name? Carla. Yeah, Carla, the one that drinks a lot. She was my favorite. Well, nowadays, my old favorite character when I saw Fairy Tail, like back when it first came out, it was Wendy. And I think the reason why I liked Wendy at the time was because I just went like, oh my god, a girl who's just generally nice, has a good heart, and she just cares about everyone. Like, damn, I want a girl like that. But as I grow older, I went like, I like Carla. I find her funny. And whatnot. But I still have a soft spot for Wendy. Yeah, I don't usually watch a lot of ecchi stuff. Just not my thing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, ecchi stuff is not for everyone. I can see why some people might get turned off by it. Me personally, I like it a lot. And that's a-okay if someone's like, oh, it's not my thing. Like, yeah, that's completely fine. Like, you can like what you like and be like, yeah, I'm more of a fan of this instead of that. Like, that's completely fine. That's understandable. It's completely normal and everything. I remember the whole craze of harem action, harem action school shows. Yeah, that was like the early 2000s range, almost late to the 2010s. No, not late, early 2010s. Like, yeah, 2000s to early 2010s. I remember that huge craze. Honestly, there was a lot of good series that came out of it. Like, Data Live. I like Data Live. That one was a pretty awesome series. Kind of excited that there's a 4th season. Let's see, I don't watch much of Fairy Tail. My favorite so far has to be Urza. Oh, Urza. Yeah, she's a fan favorite. I like her too. She's awesome. Like, she's legit awesome. She has like so many cool like armor sets and everything. Wait, what element was this guy again? Oh, he's Star. We need Sun. I don't have any Sun spells. So what we have to do is that we need to smack these enemies to the guy to do damage. Wait, did I fuck up? I fucked up. Oh no. Let's see, Data Live has a 5th season. 5th season? I didn't know that. That's awesome. Oh, oops. I kind of wish there's a fast forward button.
Shino, 頼む。Okay, let's see. I can see for a while that Fire Force was a
a test for handling serious scenes with fan service to take a break of seriousness. Oh my god, I remember the amount of complainers for Fire Force and how they complain about the cat girl. She's my favorite character. I like the cat girl. The fact that there's a literal, like, moment where she just tells the complainers to fuck off, it's like, it's so funny. Like, it's absolutely hilarious. And the fact that, like, despite the fact that she's, like, you know, designed to be, I wouldn't call her the anti-fan service, but she's designed to be, like, a reference to, like, the lucky pervert trope. And how, like, she actually takes advantage of it in, like, future battles and such. I thought that was cool. Like, let's be real, guys. Like, I always, like, when it comes to the lucky pervert trope, I always wanted to see it happen in battle. Like, I always wanted to see, like, how can someone use this trope in a way that it makes sense when you fight someone? Like, what would happen? Like, would someone accidentally trip and then grab someone's balls or something? Or, like, pull their pants down? And, like, you know, other cases will be like, oops, I accidentally, like, tug on your shirt and now your brawl's out. And whatnot. Like, I honestly want to see that trope be used more in, like, fighting series. Because it just makes me think of, like, you know, creative, funny ways you can, like, you can do it and such. But yeah, what you guys wrote down. I want another season of Chivalry of a Failed Knight. That one was quite decent. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That one had a the girl was a redhead. Yeah, like it was a redhead girl. She's like the she's like the Kohai character. They have to share the same room. Are you talking about that one? Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. There we go. Kill the rhino. He's like the major problem. Wasn't there like a spell? No, that's not it. What was it? Was it this one? No. It was... No. No. Was it this? I don't remember. Hold on. Yeah, it was double heal. Alright. Double heal. Wait, no. This double heal. Oh, that was a 50% though. God damn. Oh well, not my day. Let's see. We have to go down here. Alright, so I do think this is like a good place for me to end Defend Requests. And I know I said like on the titles, like on the screen, like stream title, that I was gonna play like Class of Heroes afterwards. But I do feel kind of tired right now. I feel like I exhausted a lot of my energy just by having like a fun conversation with you all. Like legit, I haven't not felt like I have talked in such a long time, to the point that I actually got like I actually drained my energy from said talking. It's actually rare for me to do that every now and like it's actually rare for me to have that sometimes. So yeah, like damn, thank you guys. So yeah, I will be calling off stream here. So let me go to the ending screen or stream. So yeah, alright. So let's just do a light review of what I did this stream. I showed off Class of Heroes like earlier, and I let chat make some of themselves in the game. Afterwards, I played Defend Request, and then we finished the first chapter. And now we're in chapter 2. I just saved. And that's great. We got like a good chunk of the death ends, and I'm grateful that we did. And such. But like, yeah, and then I ended up talking a lot about all sorts of topics today. And not only that, but Mystery came in and you started like a good good topics for the conversations, and we just kind of rolled out with it, and it was very great. Same thing with Reno, and same thing with everyone else that came in. Like, great conversations today, guys. Let's see what you guys wrote down real quick. Did you play the Izuna series in the Ray Earth? I have played Izuna back on the DS. I heard rumors that they're gonna make another game, but I'm not sure if they're confirmed or not. But like, yeah, oh, we did so much talking. It's great. I am feeling tired though, so since we're done with the summary, I'll tell you guys the schedule. So let's see, where's my calendar? Hold on. All right, so I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'll stream Friday, so at the 10th. I'll not be streaming Saturday, because I'm gonna go out with friends that day. I will be available Sunday for stream. So yeah, so the streaming schedule will be at Friday and Sunday. It'll be at the usual time, 11 a.m. PST time, but I will start a little earlier if I do have the opportunity to do so. So yeah, I hope that that makes sense to you all and everything. So like yeah. Alright, so since I'm done with telling you guys the schedule, I'll say my thanks and I'll say my goodbyes. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the Ray Earth one. I have not played that right now. I never heard of that game. But Izuna I have played. I played both games and I kind of hope that we will get a new game in that series. But like yeah, alright, so I'll say my thanks and say my goodbyes. So thank you all for watching me. I appreciate it a lot. Those who've been lurking, I appreciate the support. You guys are cool. Those who've been chatting with me, I enjoy the conversations we have. Honestly, we talked about all sorts of random topics today, and they are absolutely wonderful. It's like it's nice. It's just nice to talk in general. So yeah. So yeah, thank you for the conversations, you guys. Can we do raid? I don't really feel like raiding, to be honest. Mostly because I feel very tired and I don't even know who I should raid, to be honest. I don't want to be like the people that would raid and dip out. I know that's common, but like I don't know, I just like staying in the channel after I raid them and such. So, but right now I am feeling quite tired and I don't want to like just dip out the moment I raid them. So yeah, no raid today. And such. But like yeah, I think I'm done with the dinks. So I'll say my goodbyes. So have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Easy saying goodbye. Goodbye.